What's going on, guys? Thanks for watching. Keep calm and game on. We are back reacting to more news stories that have happened today. This is March 21st, 2025. I'm streaming from a different setup. This is my main setup. I haven't streamed from this in a while, so I had to work out the kinks. That's why I'm starting a little bit late. But yeah, we're going to just react to this new news conference they got. It says President Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth deliver remarks. So this one's about 45 minutes long. If you are watching this live, feel free to drop some comments. I'll try to respond. Your comments will pop up behind me. Got that set up now. And if you happen to watch this after it's done broadcasting, still drop some comments down there, and I will try to respond first chance I get. But yeah, we're just going to hit the play button and hope for the best. If I need to adjust my audio levels, just let me know in the comment section. And yeah, okay, so let's do it.
Saying we had a meeting yesterday on the Department of Education.
Department of Education.
We're going to educate the children in their states where they can get.
I feel like the mic guy is having some issues. I'm hearing like a bunch of mic sounds.
The way it is, and
so let me adjust my mic.
Very big. I don't think it's even risky a little bit. I think it's going to be.
There we go. Do I sound okay, everybody?
They've been talking about doing it for many
Dragon
years.
Scyther, how you doing, Dragon?
Got it off, but we did.
How's it going, Dragon?
And, there was great excitement and great acceptance.
Welcome to the stream, man.
Almost everybody, including a lot of Democrats, actually. I do want to say that I've decided that the SBA, the Small Business Administration,
and your comments are popping up,
Kelly
sweet.
Loeffler is a terrific person, will handle all of the student loan portfolio. We have
Thank you for subscribing, by the way, Dragon.
Lots of loans, tens of thousands of loans, pretty complicated deal. And that's coming out of the Department of Education.
I should have got more water. I'm almost out.
It's headed up by Kelly Loeffler at SBA, and they're all set for it. They're waiting for it. It'll be serviced much better than it.
Wait a minute. We're having some technical issues on my end. I'm not seeing what I want to see here. 1 second, guys. I gotta fix this. Let me see if I can. I'm not sure why I'm having these issues. Deactivate when not showing. There we go. I think we're back. I think we're actually seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing.
It's been a mess.
There we go.
And also, Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex.
Welcome to the stream, guys.
That's going to be.
We got the kinks figured out. Pretty sure.
Handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out.
So I believe the guy on the right is Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense.
Get guidance from the people that love them and cherish them, including their parents, by the way, who will be totally involved in their education, along with the boards and the governors and the states. And it's going to be a great situation. I guarantee that in a few years from now,
around
to see it. But I think we're going to see a lot of it. I think that you're going to have tremendous results.
I'm putting a question in the chat real quick. What should I ask everybody?
Denmark, a lot of the countries that do so well, I think you're going to have a lot of those results. If you look at Iowa and Indiana and Idaho, so many places that run so well.
Hey, I live in Idaho.
Texas,
shout out to Idaho.
You're going to have great education, much better than it is now at half the cost. And we're not even doing it as a cost item, although you will save probably.
What state
half,
do you guys live in? Drop a comment down below.
And you're not going to be at the bottom of the list. You're going to be much higher. And maybe you'll be, I will guarantee some of the states will be at the top of the list. They'll be comparable or better than these number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, the countries that are in the top 5 positions.
Also, I turned it so everybody can leave a comment now. Even if you're not a subscriber, you can still post a comment. So free comments are on. It's public.
So that's to me, it's very exciting, and it's been received very well. So I just wanted to tell you about the student loans and special needs. But we're here for a reason today that is very exciting. And
here we go, boys. Here we go.
That at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first 6th generation fighter jet. Number 6.
Sixth generation.
Nothing in the world comes even close to
These are some top-notch jets we got.
The F-47, the generals picked a title, and It's a beautiful number.
I mean, I think China's kind of focusing on drone warfare, but we also have drones. But it's kind of nice to see we got some top of the line jets,
F-47
as well.
It's something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing.
So Boeing's going to be making the jet. Okay.
Competed for. There was a lot of competition, generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition.
These jets are going to probably be very expensive.
Produce numbers that nobody's ever
very
seen before.
Expensive.
The
How much do you think each jet's going to cost?
Most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and
the
we're confident that it
F-47
massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them, and it's not even close. This is a next level.
Next level jets,
level 5
boys.
is good. This is level 6, they say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability, likewise, is there's never been anything like it, despite the power and speed. Its speed is top.
Top of the line, top notch.
Over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often.
Is it going to be made? It better be made in the USA.
America's enemies will
Lance,
never see it coming.
greetings from.
Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose,
question.
but you have
Let me
to
read
have
that.
it.
1 second.
And
1 second.
if it ever happens, they won't know what the hell hit them. A new fleet of these magnificent planes will be built.
I know Lance just left the comment.
And in the air during my administration over the next couple of years. It's ready to go.
Let me see if I can pop this chat out so I can actually
built
see
much
what's
of
going
what
on.
has to be built in terms of production, including the sheds.
Greetings from. Wait, let me read this comment.
The USA
Greetings from NOAA Weather Station, Antarctica, sent you via our Starlink systems this evening. We've had very strange anomalies in the sky that are under investigation. News will probably not be reported. How you doing, Lance? How's it going, man? Swaggy. Been MIA for a while. I'm back, man. I'm back, Swaggy.
It continues to dominate.
We did like a 4-hour
skies.
stream last night.
Given an order for a lot.
Welcome
can't
back,
tell
man.
you the price because it would give way to some of the technology and some of the size of the plane. Good sized plane. This contract also represents a historic investment in our defense industrial base, helping to keep America at the cutting edge of aerospace and technology.
The cutting edge.
Our allies are
The cutting edge, boys.
calling constantly. They want to buy them also, and certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned down versions.
And welcome to the
We'd
channel,
like to tone them
Lance.
down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right? But I would like to ask Secretary Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. He's really been very inspiring in so many ways.
I really like
And I must
Hegseth.
say
I
that
really like his
before
pick for
he
Secretary of
speaks,
Defense.
We have had record people wanting to join our military in the last 2.5 months. Literally since this.
Gregory says lock
I think
Trump up for
probably
life
since the
along with
election,
President Musk and
November
J.D.
5th,
Vance.
But especially since we
President
came to
Musk,
office
okay.
And
How you doing, Gregory?
Since I announced Pete, he's young, he's smart, he's strong.
They tried to lock him up. Couldn't
and
do
they
it.
love him, but we've had record numbers
too
of
smart.
people wanting to join our military.
And now he's
if you
running
go
the
back
country.
6 months. It was
Like a
the exact
boss.
Opposite. You had record numbers of people not wanting to join the military. Now you have record numbers of people
Everybody
wanting
wants to join the
our
military now.
military. And that's a great honor. That shows you we're
Everybody's
really
joining the
track. So,
military now.
Maybe say a few words.
Sure.
Please.
Well, Mr. President, this is a big day. This is a big day for our warfighters. This is a big day for our country.
Big
a
day,
big day
big
in
day.
the world. The name of this program is the Next Generation of Air Dominance. And Mr. President, because of your leadership, your clarity, America is going to have a
You're from Idaho?
generation
Yeah, I voted Trump.
of air dominance because of this 6th generation fighter. We've had the F-15, we have had the F-16, the F-18, the F-22, the F-35.
Thank you for the like, by the way.
Now we have the F-47, which sends a very direct, clear
boys.
message to our allies that we're not going anywhere, and to our enemies that we will be able to project power around the globe unimpeded for generations to come. Mr. President, this is a gift to my kids and your
Tread
kids,
lightly,
my
but carry a
grandkids,
big
and your
stick.
grandkids.
Wasn't
This
that
is
like
a historic investment
Theodore Roosevelt said
in
that,
the
I think?
American
I could be wrong
military,
about that.
in the American industrial base, in American industry, that will help revive the warrior ethos inside our military, which we're doing, rebuild our military, which the previous administration did not do, by the way, Mr. President. They paused this program.
100%.
And we're prepared to potentially scrap it.
100% in chat.
We know this is cheaper, longer range, and more stealthy. President Trump said we're reviving it, and we're doing it. And then we are also going to reestablish deterrence. Under the previous administration, we looked like fools. Not anymore. President Trump has reestablished.
Not anymore,
American
boys.
leadership. The
Not anymore. We don't mess
F-47 is
around
part
no
of it.
more.
And Mr. President, thank you.
We ain't messing,
for having
boys.
the courage to do it and leading the way for all our warfighters.
Thank you very much, Pete.
And yes,
One of the
Swaggy, I
things
voted for Trump.
I will say, but the generals are going to speak in just a couple of seconds. But this plane flies with drones. It flies with many, many drones, as many as you want, and it's a technology that's new.
So wait,
but
this jet
it doesn't
is gonna
fly
have
by
like
itself. It
drone,
flies
like
with
drones that are on
many
it.
drones, as many as we want, and that's something that no other plane.
So
can
what the
do.
drones are gonna like
So
fly
I'd like to
alongside it, or they're gonna be like
introduce
mounted
Air
on it,
Force
so it can
Chief
just
of
like
Staff, General
detach a
David
drone and
Allman,
go look at
and
stuff?
also
How's
General
that gonna
Dale
work?
White, two incredible people that I've known over the years, but I got to know really well over the last few months. And would you say a few words, please, General?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much.
That's a
for
lot of
your,
medals
unwavering
they got.
commitment to our military. I will say this is a big day. This is a big day for our United States Air Force as well. You know, air dominance is not a birthright, but it's become synonymous with American air power. But air dominance needs to be earned every single day. And since the earliest days of aerial warfare, brave American airmen have jumped into their machines, taken to the air, and they've cleared the skies. And whether that be clearing the skies so we can rain down destruction on our enemies from above, or we can clear the path for the ground forces below.
I like this
That's
guy
been
already.
Our commitment to the fight, and that's really been our promise to America. And with this F-47 as the crown jewel in the next generation air dominance family of systems, we're going to be able to keep that promise well into the future.
The
I also
F-47
want to
jet
thank
just
everyone
announced,
from
guys.
industry,
What do you think about that?
Government, our engineers, who have worked tirelessly on this program to bring it where we are right now. today.
Also, vote in the
This
chat.
shows
Do you
that
think
American
Trump's
power,
making America
American
great
skill,
again?
and
Vote yes or no in the chat.
determination are second to none, because this platform is second to none.
So far, we're at 59% for yes
We believe that this provides
and
more
41% for no.
It provides more capability, more modernized capability in a way that is built to adapt. This, along with our collaborative combat aircraft the President talked about with drones, this is allowing us to look into the future and unlock the magic that is human-machine teaming. And as we do that, we're going to write the next generation of modern aerial warfare with this. This enables us to do this.
The next generation, boys.
The manner in which we put this program
next
together
gen-
puts more
next
control
gen
in the hands
jets.
of the government, so we can update and adapt at the speed of relevance, at the speed of technology, not at the speed of bureaucracy. This is more Air Force. This is more options for the President. We say as our mission in the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime,
Fly,
anywhere.
fight,
If you want to go
and win.
anywhere, you have to have a
I
platform
like
that
that.
gets you anywhere. This provides the President options from the very one end, which is a quick response, and then we can get right back into fighting stance without having to deploy troops that are going to take maybe months and cost more lives. We can be back in fighting stance, and maybe we restore that deterrence. All the way to decisive victory as part of a joint force that is the most lethal and capable military ever known in history. That's what we provide now, and this allows us to provide it into the future. It's more deterrence, more capability. It's what peace through strength looks like into the future, Mr. President. And so we're very proud to do that. And all we can say is, on behalf of the United States Air Force, let's deliver.
Let's deliver, boys.
Thank you, General. Would you like to say
Let's
something?
go.
No, sir, I'll just double check what the chief said.
He knows what to do.
Let's go.
Generational
He knows
lead.
who the boss is. Look
That's
at
exactly
that.
right. Air security is what it's all about, and this is what we'll deliver.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great job. We've worked together long and hard on this, and this was a big secret. In fact, we don't show too much of the plane for that reason. See what we show? You see how beautiful that is, but that's just a very small part of it.
Sure.
I wasn't surprised. I was wondering how much are you going to show when they came in with that. You see a wheel in the front? That's about it. Any questions?
Mr. President Trump,
Peter?
is 80,000 pages of documents is a lot to sift through.
8,000
Can you just tell us
pages?
who killed Kennedy?
Well, I was given the task of releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said, release. We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And
They gave it all.
For you to look
It's
at.
like, here
You're going to
it
see
is.
whether or not you see anything. But
Here's the JFK
we've given it.
documents.
We're
Here
doing
they
it
are.
with Dr. Martin Luther King too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything, and whoever else they want. I mean, we have nothing. We really have nothing. Guys.
Let's get the
We should have,
Epstein
when a lot of
client
time
list
goes
out
by.
there. I think that would be
But,
good.
with the Kennedy
I think that would
files
be good.
In particular, they
Anybody
were
else?
going
Anybody
crazy
agree?
on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000. It's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see. Everything is out there, totally open. The additional
Totally
stuff
open,
is
out in the
available
open.
later on today. You go over to the offices and you can have it immediately, and you'll make a determination.
And on something else, these Trende Aragua guys, because of your executive order, they are designated as foreign terrorists.
Yeah.
If ISIS or Al-Qaeda foreign terrorists were operating here in the United States, cops would probably be shooting first and asking questions later. And so what is the difference between terrorists, between somebody like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda operative versus a MS-13 or Trende Aragua?
Well, these are people that focus on destroying people in their homes. They're not as
If you're just popping in, guys, we are reacting to Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth talking about the new jets and stuff that they just announced. The F-47, I believe. Brand new top-of-the-line jets for our military. So we're kind of reacting to that.
international in that sense.
That's
They're a group of thugs.
Thunder Ducky,
They
what
come
up,
from
man?
Venezuela. They come from the prisons of Venezuela. They're very, very dangerous people, but they didn't look so dangerous.
Thunder Ducky says, you hear Joy Reid say we could lose the war with Canada. What a delusional woman. The trade
when
war we
the
got going on?
Guards took
I
care of
doubt
the
it.
situation
Joy Reid
from El
is
Salvador.
not
I wanna
the
thank
smartest
president.
cookie
He's
in
a friend of mine. He's,
the cookie jar,
he's
if you
done
know
a
what I
great
mean.
job. But
If you know what I mean. What up, Thunder Ducky?
I just can't imagine that the Democrats are taking this issue where they want to have them back. So now they have men playing in women's sports. They have transgender for everyone. They have open borders. They have all of
We
their
would
crazy
lose to
policies
Canada?
that are, I think,
Like Canada has like here's our military. Here's Canada's military. They don't really have.
95, not
I mean, they
90,
got
okay?
they got maybe a
And the
total
new
of like
policy
what
is,
20 fighter jets in
let's
total or
bring
something. It's not very big.
Nicaragua back into our country. Let's bring the worst. These are the worst.
We do
gang
most of the
members there are.
defending when it comes to
they
Canada.
Looked amazingly frail, though. By the way they were handled, it's very amazing. They weren't when they were in Colorado cutting the fingers off a man because he made a phone
Not
call
just
to the
military.
police. They seemed a lot tougher then than they did.
Having
when they were
asinine
having
amount of
their
weapons.
heads
True.
shaved and they were in shackles. They're tough people. They're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he.
Thunder Ducky, you should have popped by last night, man. We had a crazy live stream last night. It could get crazy tonight as well. We had 16,000 people pop in and say hi. Not all at once, just kind of throughout the night. A lot of people popped in. A lot of nice people donated to help keep the channel going. So that was nice. Shout out to you guys. But yeah, we had a lot of cool people pop in. A lot of new subscribers.
He wants him. He didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes.
Yeah, we're definitely channel's definitely growing,
And
going in
we
the right
just can't
direction.
let that happen. It'd be so bad for our country. I won on the basis of getting criminals out of our country that were let in. It was called unforced error. They were let in by Biden, incompetently let in.
Let in by
And
Biden.
Let in by the millions, actually. 21 million
But
people. I believe it's 21.
We sealed the border up. it's closed, it's shut down, and we're still building more fence along the border. We're still building the wall.
million. And that's not even including the gotaways, but these are rough people. We want them out of our country.
Caitlin says Canada is pretty much so restricted in gun laws. Yeah. So, I mean, if I hope a war never happens. I doubt a war is ever going to happen with Canada. I mean, we have like a trade war kind of going on right now with tariffs and stuff, but I don't think we would ever like attack Canada unless they probably, I mean, I just don't see it happening anytime soon. But yeah.
And I won
Scott
the
Hernandez, how you
election
doing,
based
Scott?
At least partly on that, and that's a big part, yeah.
And I don't know if you,
Mr. President, there's something totally different.
several I don't know if you saw this. Tim Walz is now saying about Trump supporters, and forgive me, I'm just reading a quote from Tim Walz.
Tim Walz is a moron.
Kick most of their ass.
Oh boy, he'd be in trouble.
Is there any way to know?
Well, he's a loser, yeah, I mean, he's a loser. He lost an election. He played.
Thunder Ducky says, actually, yeah, our man was arrested for being dressed as a stormtrooper in front of the bar as a promotion for having a prop blaster and a few years back. Crazy. Fun fact, though, Canada is the reason for 90% of the Geneva Convention. Let that sink in.
Played a part. You know, usually a vice president.
Are there any Canadians in
doesn't play a
chat?
part.
Shout out to
Say,
Canada, everybody.
I think Tim played a part. I think he was so bad that he hurt her, but she hurt herself, and Joe hurt them both. They didn't have a great group, but I would probably put him at the bottom of the group.
Have you heard that Biden
Mr.
wants to get
President.
back involved for
Mr.
Democratic
President.
politicians, fundraising and campaigning against your policies? What do you think of that?
I hope so.
How is Biden going to raise money? If Biden goes to a campaign rally, I feel like nobody's going to donate. Like who's going to a rally to watch Biden? Who's donating after they see Biden at a rally? There's a reason he lost. Okay? Not even Obama could pull anything. Biden just needs to retire, stay on the beach, have some fun with the grandkids, just retire, play some video games, take up gaming. Okay, Biden, take up some gaming. Play some Fortnite. Play some Minecraft. That's more your speed. Stay out of politics. Okay, Biden.
Mr. President, there are families from some of the
Who are you
people.
with?
I'm with La Nación newspaper from Argentina. There are families from some of the people that were on those flights to El Salvador that claim that they're not criminals, they're not members of Prender Agua, of MS-13. What can you tell them, and what guarantees can you give them that everyone in those planes were actual criminals, terrorists, as you said?
Well, I was told that they went through a very strong vetting process, and that will also be continuing in El.
We sent Trende Ragua, I can never pronounce that right. We sent those guys to, where was it? What country did we send them to? Like the super max security prison? LB, things, stuff, and more. No due process. Shame on America.
El Salvador. And if
I guess we used some old law that said we can deport
these were a bad group. This was a bad
terrorists
group,
or
and they were
something,
in bad areas, and they were with
because
a
we
lot of other
classified
people were
that gang
absolutely
as a
killers,
terrorist
murderers,
organization.
And people that were really bad with the worst records you've ever seen. And but we will continue that process.
Nobody
Absolutely.
bats
We
an
don't
eye
wanna make that
when
kind of a mistake.
Mr. President, the U.S. planning to
when
give up the position of
thugs
NATO's
try to, like,
allied
come into
commander,
America.
and so why?
Like terrorists come in,
NATO
nobody
is
bats an eye.
something
But when
that
we try to
I said,
get them
NATO
out of
is
America,
done
they're like, oh no, we can't do
until I
that.
came along. In fact,
We got to
the
keep them here. How dare you?
previous
How dare you try to
Secretary
deport
General,
criminals
very good man.
and murderers?
Both of them are good.
How dare
The
you?
current man is fantastic.
It's a little
But both
it's a little
of them
crazy.
said if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of
Welcome to the
almost
chat, LB
all of
things.
the countries, and now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You heard us on.
If you guys are popping in for the first time, drop some comments down below. We're reacting to Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth delivering remarks. They just announced a new fighter jet, the F-47, I believe. Top of the line fighter jet. I guess there's like drones and stuff it has too. Crazy. Probably going to cost a lot of money. A lot of money.
We're supposed to pay for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills. So NATO is solid. They're strong, but they have to treat us fairly.
You still need due process. You don't know if they are anything. They need due process. Who did they unalive? What crimes? How do you even know what country they're from? Rube says pathological liar. You think Trump's a pathological liar? Why do you think that, Rube?
Are we gonna give up the?
Because look, without us, NATO's not the
And we're
same.
giving- we're
And I
giving-
can tell you, I've been having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried. But he is worried when the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines.
LB says 100% because of lies. What lies, though? What lies? Like, people on the left are always like, Trump's lying, he's lying. But then they never can point out what he's lying about. Like, what has Trump lied about?
Of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons.
I'm
Number
genuinely
one,
curious.
and by far
Also, guys,
most
do me a
important,
favor, smash that like
thousands of
button.
young
Let's get to
people,
15
and they're
likes
not
on this
American
video.
people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed
And vote
every
on the
week,
poll we got
thousands
going
a
in
week.
chat.
And also, the United States is
So far, the yeses are losing. I asked, is Trump making America great again? 46% say yes, 52% say no.
has paid because of Biden $350 billion on a war that should have never happened. If we had a competent president,
I think the tariffs are a good thing.
Right, sitting right here, that war would have never happened.
It's going to
Would have
make trade fair
absolutely
again.
Never happened with me, and it didn't happen.
Might be a
for
little
4
rough
years
at
it
first,
didn't happen.
but it's going to realign
The
things.
authority, the power to round
America
up
first,
people,
Russia
support
second.
them, and then you're under no obligation to a court to show the evidence against them.
Well, that's what the law says.
How you doing, Tate?
And that's what our country needs, because we were, unfortunately, they allowed millions of people to come into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. So you're
And here's the thing, we wouldn't be arguing about deporting these people if Biden would have sealed up the border and never let these guys in. It's like he made the mess, and now people on the left are upset that we're trying to fix the mess, when we wouldn't have to fix the mess if Biden hadn't made the mess.
asked, did he have the authority to allow millions of people? Did Biden have the authority to do something that's unthinkable? Have open borders where millions
Why start a
of
war
people
with the
poured
other
into our
highest nuclear
country,
power?
totally
Yeah.
unvetted and totally unchecked.
People are always like, Putin has Trump in his pocket. Like, Trump's in Putin's pocket. Trump's just Putin's lapdog. No, guys, when you're trying to, like, negotiate a ceasefire between two people at war, you don't call out the other person. You got to, like, play nice with both parties. You know? You can't just be like, Putin's he's the worst. He's the worst. And then be like, oh, by the way, Putin, can you, like, stop, like, the war? Can you just go away? No, you got to, like, you got to tread lightly, guys. Calling people names, that's not going to do anything. I don't think people understand this. Like, you don't get anywhere by throwing names. Biden did that, okay? Biden called Putin every name in the book, but he wouldn't pick up the phone and actually talk to Putin. And now we're in a war with Ukraine, and Trump has to fix it. But it's actually getting somewhere. Like, we're the closest to peace that we've ever been in 3 years. Like, this is the closest. We've made the most progress since Trump has been president again than we had during Biden's entire 4 years.
Just as you would say. And many of those people were criminals. Many of them were from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members and drug dealers and very dangerous people. Many were murderers. We have 11,088 that we know of murderers they murdered. Of that number, at least half killed more than one person. They're in our country. They're in a location near you. Biden allowed that to happen to our country. And his people that really ran the country. And the person that operated the auto pen, I think we ought to find out who that was, because
Jimmy says, politics is just a panto. None of it's real. It's all a show. Still need to process how do they get the green card. They went to court.
I guess that was the real president. So when you ask me if we have the authority,
Well, they can go. We
did
can hold
Biden
them
have the
in,
authority to
the
allow
prison.
millions of
And
people to
they
come
have, like,
into our
a
country?
courthouse
Many
in the
of these
prison.
people, hardened
So yeah, they can go on trial over
at the
there.
top of the line. Who
And if they
have
turn out to
caused
be innocent, they can come back.
tremendous damage in our
Until
country.
then,
you see them in New York City fighting with our
They weren't
police.
supposed to be in our country anyway.
literally
Because
having fist
if
fights
they had a green
in the
card,
street
that's
with
one
our
thing.
police.
Or
These
if
are
they
tough,
came in legally and then broke the law, that's one thing.
criminals. Many
But
of them came out of jails.
I'm pretty
And
sure
not
most of
just
these
South
people did
America,
not.
from all over the world.
All the people
They
that
came
we
out
sent over there did
from
not
Africa,
come through
from the
legally.
Congo, they came out from Asia, not just South
I could be
America,
wrong.
but many from South America. These are hard, tough criminals, and we have to get them out. And a judge sitting behind a bench someplace got a nice appointment. You can't take that away from the people that are responsible. Now, in this case, Marco Rubio has a lot of big decisions to make, and he's a fantastic person, a great man. I think he'll be our best. I think he has a chance to be our best Secretary of State. He's been doing incredibly. He works so hard.
I think Trump's been harder on Putin than anybody. Like, Putin wasn't going into Ukraine when Trump was in office the first time. And then Biden got into office. And then Russia invaded Ukraine. Hey, we just got a new subscriber, I think.
He's stopped. He's gone
We
to
just
so
get a new
many
subscriber?
different countries already.
We're just
And
subscribed.
he's got the authority to get bad people out of our country.
Somebody
And
just
you can't
subscribed.
stop that with a
I
judge
got like
sitting
a-
behind a bench that has no idea what
Do I got
goes
something
on,
running in the
happens to be a
background
radical
that I don't
left
know about?
Lunatic.
Do you think the judiciary is
Whoever just subscribed, thank you for subscribing.
Denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China. Now, I deal with these people all the time, and I'm dealing with Pete. I'm dealing with these gentlemen on numerous different airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great.
Thunder Ducky says he is the top executive officer in the U.S. How is he breaking the law when they are not citizens? Now, if they were citizens and not visa holders, that's different. I agree. What's up with Trump sitting in Hot Wheels, though? Wait, what? Hot Wheels? What do you mean? Trump sitting in Hot Wheels? Seiya, how you doing? Does Trump have a Hot Wheel car or something? Did I
But
miss
I
something?
don't want other people seeing anybody.
Oh, the
seeing
Hot Wheel picture. Yeah.
potential war with China.
I thought it was a funny picture.
We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we.
What do you
did,
think
we're
of that
very well
picture down
equipped
below,
to
guys?
handle it.
Trump just
But I don't
driving
wanna
that
show
that
to
car?
anybody, but certainly
It's
you wouldn't
funny,
show it to a
guys. Come on,
businessman
it's
who
funny.
Is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly.
And the thing is, I don't know why the Democrats are upset at Elon for like trying to save the country money. Like, if you have a business and you're not making a lot of money, you have to fire some employees so the business stays afloat. You don't go out and hire more employees. Some people have to get the axe. It's just how it works. You cut costs, you cut spending, or you go bankrupt and you go out of business. We don't want America to go bankrupt and go out of business, because if that happens, we're all screwed. So unfortunately, we got to fire some people. We got to cut some programs. There is a lot of wasteful spending going on, and Elon Musk has been pointing it out. We don't need to pay $20 million for a freaking Sesame Street show in Iraq. Okay? That's just one example. There's a lot of examples like that. And most Americans didn't even know we were spending money on those programs. So now Elon's like, yo, this is what we've been spending money on. Do the majority of Americans think we should be spending money on those things? No. We voted for Trump because he said he was going to try to balance the budget, cut wasteful spending, point out the fraud and abuse, get rid of it, seal up the borders, stop the wars. He's trying to stop the wars. He's sealed up the borders for the most part. We're trying to balance the budget. He's doing exactly what he said he was doing. And people are like, what's going on? Now, see, Biden, on the other hand, he said he was going to do a bunch of stuff. He didn't do it. A lot of people just talk, but they don't actually do anything. Trump does exactly what he said he's going to do. That's why he won. All the stuff he's doing now, he won because he said he was going to do it. And now he's doing it, and his approval ratings are higher than they've ever been. Ever. So,
really wouldn't want,
explain
Elon
that to
has
me.
businesses in China. And
Riddle
he
me
would
that,
be
Batman.
susceptible perhaps to that. But it was such a fake story. The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC.
Sean says Trump needs the same treatment JFK got. I don't agree with that, man. See, that's what crazy people on the left say. They're like, oh, somebody needs to do something to Trump. No, that's not what we do. If you don't like Trump, don't vote for him next time. If you don't like Trump, you should have voted for Biden, or you should have voted for Kamala. If you lost, move on with your lives. We had to do it when Biden won. We got 4 years of Biden. We had to suck it up and deal with it. It wasn't fun, but apparently America didn't like how Biden ran things, and now Trump's back in. You don't just go and take somebody out because you think they're doing a bad job. You don't go light Teslas on fire because you don't like Elon Musk. If you break the law, you should go to jail. It doesn't matter if you're doing it for some noble cause. No, If you're breaking the law, if you're vandalizing stuff, if you're defacing public property, you should go to prison. Full stop. Full stop.
And anybody read that story? People laughed at that story. Who would do such a thing? And the first thing I did is I called Susie and I called Pete. I said, is there any truth to that? And they said,
Biden didn't break the law and spit on the Constitution. That's debatable. Biden did a lot of stuff behind the scenes. You ever heard of the Hunter Biden laptop? All the stuff that was like going on, all the deals his son Hunter was doing, just so people could have access to his father, which was the president of the United States. All that going on. Yeah. Okay, Biden did a lot. And maybe Biden was just too senile to even know he was doing it. People were just signing stuff with AutoPen behind the scenes. So we basically had a president that didn't even know he was president half the time. I don't know who was running the country during Biden. A lot of people were probably trying to fight over who was running the country. That's why everything was not getting done, and it was just a big mess. People know who's running the country with Trump. Whether you like him or hate him, Trump is running the country right now. With Biden, he was just a puppet. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew what was in charge. And that's why Russia invaded Ukraine, because they would have never got another chance like that in a million years. You had the weakest president, arguably in history. Why wouldn't Russia go invade Ukraine? He didn't do it under Trump. That's for sure.
it's ridiculous. No, he's over there to talk about costs. You might want to address that, Pete, but Elon was over there today.
I personally think January 6th was a setup.
A thing called DOGE, which you've heard about. Pete?
That's exactly right, Mr. President.
You want to know why I think it was a setup? Because Trump said, if you guys want 10,000 troops, 10,000 National Guard troops, just to kind of keep the peace, because there's going to be a lot of people protesting, a lot of people kind of just, the tensions are going to be high. We want the protests to be peaceful. We want your voice to be heard. But he said, you guys can have 10,000 troops just to kind of keep the peace. And Nancy Pelosi was like, no, we don't need them. We're just going to rely on the handful of Capitol Guards and try to keep a crowd of like 80,000 people, like just from nothing happening. It's almost like they wanted something to happen. It was a big setup. And then all the news outlets, when all the violence started, they would cut clips together of all the violent stuff happening, so it looked really, really bad. But if you go and look at the actual footage, it was mostly just people walking around with cell phones, taking selfies. Like a very, very, very small percentage of the crowd that was there did not storm the Capitol. Some people did go in. Yeah, those people are stupid. Some people just got pushed in. There were some cops saying, come on in, come on in. But see, the news doesn't like to talk about that. It was a setup. Nancy Pelosi even said, it was my fault. I should have took the National Guard. She said it on camera. But none of the news outlets want to report it, aside from maybe Fox and Newsmax and a couple other ones. CNN won't say that. So the whole thing was a setup. And America saw through it. And that's why Trump's the president again. That's why Trump's the president. So you guys just need to suck it up and deal with reality. Okay? Because we saw through the lies, and we're tired of it, and that's why he got elected again.
You pointed out
Simple.
It was a fake story. We pointed out it was meant to sort of undermine whatever relationship the Pentagon has with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is an innovator.
Elon Musk is a patriot.
Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities.
Shout out to Elon Musk. Elon, if you're watching,
I'm grateful for that.
Feel free to send me a
We
Cybertruck.
welcomed him today to the Pentagon.
Send me a Tesla.
To talk about DOGE, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations. It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting.
Maybe
was
I'll
fake.
buy
There was no war plans.
a
no Chinese
Hot Wheels Cybertruck. Maybe I'll buy a Hot Wheels Cybertruck.
war
Why not?
plans. There was no secret plans. That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position.
Metal Man says, how many people didn't get prison sentences for burning cities down? True. You hear of all the Black Lives Matter riots? You hear about all that? People firebombing the White House, burning down churches, burning down police stations. None of those people went to prison. But a handful of protesters that got riled up by who knows who in the crowd, they broke some windows. Unfortunately, somebody did get killed, but they went into the Capitol after some police were like, come on into the Capitol. Yeah, those people went to prison. Even like hours after the protest stopped and nobody was there and some people just kind of walked in, taking some selfies, not really know what was going on. Those people went to prison too. People that were on Twitter just posting about it. They weren't even there. Some of those people went to prison. So yeah, Trump did pardon some people. Some of the people he didn't pardon, but a lot of them shouldn't have went to prison in the first place. And they were in like prison for like 3 years. A lot of them were just sitting in prison waiting for a trial for 3 years. And the administration just kept kicking the can down the road. So I think they did their time. The whole thing was a setup. Nancy Pelosi could have had 10,000 troops there. She turned them down. It was all a setup. And America saw through it. They tried to throw Trump in prison the first time around, the second time around. They hid stories like the Hunter Biden laptop. They censored it. If you talked about it, they shadow banned you. And then Elon bought Twitter. And all the news came out that they were actually censoring stuff. And yeah, if people knew that the Hunter Biden story was actually true and not Russia disinformation, people said it could have swayed the vote like 20%. That would have meant Trump would have won. But they hid that story. They said it was Russian disinformation. So see, they cheated. Even if they weren't changing votes in the voting machines, they were still suppressing information that Americans should have known so they could make an educated vote, and they were censoring it. And if you talked about it, you got banned. And now it's all out because Elon bought Twitter and free speech is back, and some of you guys can't handle it. You can't handle it. But it's okay. We're going to make America great again for everybody. You'll thank us later. And there you go.
But if you read
KJ, how's it going?
The New York Times,
Marty
it's such
Calmer
a
says,
disaster.
and one man got
It's
20
such
years.
Garbage. It's it used to be called all the news that's fit to print. Well, it's all the news that's not fit to print. They have fake sources, or they don't have sources. I think they make most of it up. But this was a made-up story by the New York Times. I call it the failing. It's a failing newspaper. It's failing, and they shouldn't do that. They really are the enemy.
Republicans used to make fun of Elon and call his electric vehicles woke. Then he gave Trump $200 million. Now they love him. Pure sheep. Well, first off, Elon, if he wanted to make money, he would have tried to keep Biden in the White House. Because Biden was the one mandating all the electric vehicles. He was like, gas-powered vehicles, we're phasing those out. It's all going to be electric. And who has the biggest electric car company in the world? Elon Musk. So if Elon really cared about just money, he would have tried to keep Biden in the White House so he could make that cheddar. But he's like, no, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to vote for Trump because Biden's corrupt. And he voted for Trump. They saw all the lawfare that was going on. And when they tried to assassinate him and he got shot in the ear, like within 30 minutes, Elon went out and endorsed Trump because he realized then and there, like he had his suspicions. But when he saw that happen, he's like, no, not anymore. Don't care about the money. We got to do the right thing. And now he's trying to help balance the budget, point out the wasteful spending, and he's doing it for free. Okay? Elon Musk doesn't need anybody's money. He's got more money than anybody. Okay? He's actually losing money. Have you seen Tesla stock lately? It's dropped quite a bit. People are lighting Teslas on fire. Crazy leftists are lighting them on fire because you can't just go out with a sign that says Elon sucks. No, you got to light stuff on fire. You got to break stuff. You got to throw a tantrum. You got to burn down buildings. Suck it up, guys. Okay, this ain't preschool. You lost. Deal with it. Deal with it. You don't have to throw little tantrums, okay?
The people.
And Mr. President,
We do need honest journalism in this. We've made such big strides over the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, you have to watch these people every once in a while just to see where they're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be...
Also, with the Hunter Biden laptop story, wasn't there like 50 FBI agents that swore on a Bible that said it was Russian disinformation? And it turned out it wasn't Russian disinformation, and it was actually real. But none of those FBI agents, nothing happened to them. They didn't get fired, nothing. Well, when Trump got in, he fired them. But Biden just kept them in. So they're basically just lying to Americans, and they got to keep their job. Yeah, that sounds like a corrupt government, doesn't it? It was 51. It was 51 FBI agents.
Not doing any ratings.
Sam Rhodes
You're doing well on the ratings.
says 51. Elon was paid over $800 million for his contracts, while other contracts were not renewed.
I understand that your trade rep is meeting their Chinese counterpart next week.
Yes.
Is there anything that they can do to...
Because Elon has the best
stop
products.
April 2nd, or to roll back the tariff?
Elon Musk's electric vehicles are the best. SpaceX is the best, arguably better than NASA. So why wouldn't the government pay the person with the best products? We're just going to pay some Joe Schmo in his garage that builds an electric car because, oh, it's electric. No, we're going to pay the person who does it right. And Elon Musk and his company, Tesla, knows how to make electric vehicles. They have the most chargers worldwide. So why would we spend money on some dude who doesn't know what he's doing, some startup company, when Elon knows how to do it? He's streamlined the process. That's why he's getting government grants and stuff. Also, liberals and Democrats are like, oh, global warming. We got to save the planet. Go all electric. They were a big fan of Elon. And then as soon as Elon starts saying, I don't know about this Biden guy. I think Trump's onto something. They're like, forget it. We don't care about the planet. Psh, green energy, electric vehicles. Psh, you're a Nazi, Elon. You're a Nazi. See, Democrats they flip-flop so much. They only care about you if you support their cause. Trump's trying to save America. Elon's trying to save America. They're both losing money. Trump's working for free. He's working for free, guys. He's donating his paycheck. Elon's working for free. Why are Democrats so upset that we're trying to save Americans money? Why are they so upset that we are trying to stop the wars that are going on? Why are they so upset that we're trying to seal up the borders? You guys live in houses, right? You got apartment buildings. You got cars. Do you lock your doors at night? Why do you lock your doors at night? Because it keeps you safe. So why wouldn't we lock down our borders? Makes sense, right? You don't sleep with your doors unlocked. You don't go to work and just leave your car sitting on your dashboard. No. So why would we do that with our country again? That's just asking for trouble. It's common sense, guys. America voted for common sense. We saw what we got with Biden. We saw what we got with Trump the first time around. People like Trump, so Trump won. People need to suck it up. You can spin your conspiracy theories. You say, oh, he's an insurrectionist, he's a criminal, blah, blah, blah. He's a convict, blah, blah. Yeah, and he also beat Biden. So what does that say about Biden? What does that say about the Democratic Party? That a convicted felon can beat him? Yeah. Yeah, guys, America voted. And Democrats just need to suck it up.
Tariffs that you put on China already.
Well, we can talk, but basically, I call April 2nd. I would have made it April 1st, but I didn't want to be April Fool's Day because then nobody would believe what I said, and they do believe me. April 2nd is going to be Liberation Day for America. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We've been ripped off on trade. We've been ripped off on military. We protect people, and they don't do anything for us. It's just so unfair for years and years. And now some of that money is going to be coming back to us in the form of tariffs.
Rube says, Democrats deport more immigrants than Republicans. This is a fact. Can't be open borders if that's the case. You are lost in the sauce. Well, part of that could be, somebody comes in, they break the law. Obviously, just by coming in is breaking the law if you're not doing it correctly. Let's say they commit a crime. Let's say Biden deports them. They come back in. They do a crime. Biden deports them. Same person gets deported 10 times. 10 different people get killed. The number goes up on deportations. Yeah, because people are getting deported 10 different times and they're just letting them back in the country. So yeah, maybe Democrats deport people, but they also let them back in. Trump, maybe it's less under Trump because we deport them and they stay out. So do that math, okay? Think of it that way.
Tens of billions. It's going to be numbers like nobody's ever seen. So NVIDIA announced today, you saw that? Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. The biggest chip maker in the world announced hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. Hundreds of billions, not millions, but billions. They're all coming here. Apple just announced $500 billion worth. They're going to build plants here. They built their plants in China. They're going to build them here.
Starfire says, okay, I'm going to try to find a monkey that can type Shakespeare because they'll have more intelligence than this person. I'm spitting facts, guys, okay? And I'm not the only one that thinks this. The majority of Americans voted for Trump, whether it's because they wanted a secure border, or they thought Trump would do better on the economy, or they felt like he was going to stop the wars, or they felt like, he was just a more competent person. For whatever reason, they voted for Trump. Why else? You think it was rigged? You think Elon Musk used the freaking satellites to rig the election? I thought elections couldn't be rigged, guys. Because when we said that when Biden was, running and Biden won, it's like, it can't be rigged. You can't rig it. But Trump wins, it's like, oh yeah, it's rigged. It's rigged. Yep, it's rigged. See, Democrats like to flip-flop, and I don't get why. I just like smacked my mic or I did something. Let's continue.
And they're starting immediately. We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen.
The likes of
already
which
announced.
this country had never
They all
seen.
want to have news conferences. I don't have enough time to have that many news conferences, but I would say so far at least $4 trillion. $4 trillion is coming in. Car companies, very importantly, a lot of the car companies that were going to build in Mexico or Canada are now building here. Because I don't want cars from Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine. But I want the car companies to build here, not, they were building.
And people are kind of trashing Trump because he's got some tariffs going on. And people are like, the tariffs are going to hurt Americans. Well, I mean, it might be a little rough at first. But if I got to pay more for product and know that, that money is going to American-made product, I'll do that. Because people that are outside the country are going to be like, yo, tariffs are pretty high. If I make it outside of America, I'm going to have to ship it in, pay that big tariff. Or I can just make a factory in America, make it in America, and not have to do that tariff. So we just brought jobs in. We're creating product here. It's helping our economy. So see, it's going to balance out. People don't understand that. It might get messy before it gets better. That's just how it works. When you're building a house, you got to dig the hole. You got to put the plumbing down. You got to build the foundation. It looks like a mess. But after it's done, it looks like a nice house. So we're in the building phase, guys. We're in the building phase. It's also funny because Democrats and people on the left, they didn't notice inflation was going on, right? They didn't notice egg prices, milk prices, grocery prices. They didn't notice any of that until Trump got into office. And then overnight, it's like, man, groceries are so high. What's going on, guys? What is Trump doing? Eggs are $7 a pack. What's going on with this inflation? You guys didn't notice when that was going on during Biden? It just came to you overnight when Trump won? Yeah, that's what I thought. You guys need to open your eyes, okay? You need to open your eyes.
Building in Mexico, 3 plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment.
It's a crime to advertise Tesla on the White House lawn? I don't think so, because Biden did a very similar thing when he was president. He was trying to promote electric vehicles and green energy. So he was driving around in an electric Jeep on the White House lawn. That was what Biden was doing. I can bring up the video for you. Biden was doing that, but Trump does that. And it's like, oh, can't do that. Can't do that. Nope. See, it's stupid, guys. There's this double standard. And it doesn't make sense.
So now those 3 places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one, Honda.
Dr. Idiot says, yeah, and he snubbed Tesla. Yeah. Like, Biden refused to, promote Tesla, even though they were the biggest car company, still are the biggest electric car company, and probably biggest car company here in America, American car company. And Biden wouldn't, give Tesla any grants. They wouldn't advertise them. But see, Trump's not an idiot.
Is building, just announced a really big plant in Indiana, great state, smart place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming, And many other things come with that, but we need that for defense.
Travis L. Biden isn't president anymore, and that's a good thing, okay? That's a good thing. I'm not even sure if Biden knew he was president when he was president.
There are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term.
Thunderducky said, I would also like to point out that we didn't go firebomb Ford when he sponsored them. That's true. That's very true. You're in a cult? No, Travis. We are not in a cult. We just have common sense. We have common sense. Okay? We're not the ones lighting Teslas on fire because somebody did it. And you ask yourself, why are we doing that again? Why is Elon so bad? Well, I don't know. Somebody on the left, some celebrity said it was a good idea, so we're just going to go do it. See, we think for ourselves. Because if you're on the left and you don't get in line and do what everybody else is doing, you get kicked out of the club. You get kicked out. And people on the left are afraid of getting kicked out. Because if you don't do everything lockstep with what the Democrats want, with what the leader says, you get kicked out of the cult. And they don't want that. So, yeah, we're not in a cult, guys. We just have common sense.
Tariffs to stop the onslaught because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50%...
Also, guys, do me a favor,
100%
smash that like button.
tariffs
If you're
on
watching
steel,
this, let's get this the
you
number one
wouldn't
stream
have a
on
steel
YouTube. We were the
plant
number
in
one
the
stream
United
last night.
States. And Biden
And
was
we had
unable to get rid of
16,000
those
viewers
tariffs because they
pop in.
threw off so much
So smash
money
that like button, guys.
that his numbers, which didn't work anyway. 'cause
We
his
just
numbers
passed
were
3,000
terrible.
views
What he
right now.
did, the way he spent money was so horrible. And what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. If you have any.
Also, real quick, in the chat, I asked, will Trump make America great again? We got 144 votes. It's split 50-50. We got 50 on yes and 50% on no. So it's literally split right down the middle. Half of you think Trump is making America great again, and half of you think he's not.
Do you have anything to say while you're here?
That's kind of crazy.
Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir.
Okay.
I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I wanted to check this out.
Airplane's cool. It is cool.
Mr. President, anything that China can do to take off the trade war at this point, though?
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have a $1 trillion...
Lewis in the chat says, does this podcaster think he has a clue? Sorry, Gomer. You're definitely in a cult? Nah, I don't think we are, guys. I don't think we are.
Because of Biden with President Xi, more than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President.
But guys, I'm going to be turning on subscriber only mode, so you will only be able to leave a comment if you are a subscriber. I might pop back into just public chat in a bit, but I want to give subscribers a chance to talk. So if you want to continue to have a conversation, so smash that subscribe button, and we're going to switch to subscriber only mode right now. So subscribers, feel free to chime in 3, 2, 1. Pew. Subscriber only mode activated. Okay, back to the show.
President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115 that I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And
Also, guys, do me a
that's
favor,
problem.
smash that like
But
button.
They have a
Share the
tremendous
show with a
surplus
friend,
against the United
or
States,
two,
and we
or
don't want
three.
that.
Mr. President, why do you want to control Ukraine's power
A
plant?
number of industries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been
Thank you,
unfair
LB,
if I
for
didn't.
subscribing.
And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change, but the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility, so there'll be flexibility. But basically,
Sam Rhodes in chat says, people are so brainwashed, it doesn't matter what Trump does. They just literally hate him. Yeah, it's called Trump derangement syndrome. There's actually some health organizations actually trying to qualify like Trump derangement syndrome as an actual condition. It's pretty crazy.
it's reciprocal, so that if China's charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada's charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat.
That's a lot.
So when I say they should be a state,
That's
I
a
mean
lot of
that. I really
zeros.
mean that, because we can't be expected to.
So the last poll ended at 50-50. I asked a question this time, are you a fan of Elon Musk? Vote in the chat, everybody. This should be interesting.
To carry a country that is right next to us on our border, It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers.
Real quick, do you think Canada's going to become the 51st state? Let me know.
They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So, the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And, you know, the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it, and I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows.
We're making trade fair again, guys. We're making trade fair.
A follow-up on Canada, and I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you know, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way.
Marty says he does not think Canada will become the 51st state.
And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand.
I think some people in Canada probably want to, but I think the majority of Canadians don't want to be part of America. I think Greenland has a better chance of becoming part of America. They seem kind of open to the idea, but I think Canada's pretty much like, nah. Nah,
Is it liberal? Maybe,
but maybe
you know,
Greenland, maybe.
Until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there.
And Trump could just be trolling. He could just be
trolling. The liberal than the conservative.
That's true. Trump does like to troll.
Just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage actually, but the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau, the conservative was leading by 35 points. So, you know, so I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but the two astronauts that you just helped save from space, they didn't get any overtime pay for all that extra time. They got $5 a day per diem. For 286 days, that is $1,430 in extra
pay those astronauts some overtime.
The administration can do to get them, to make them whole.
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for you.
Mr. President,
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot. For what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because
We got the astronauts back because of Elon, boys.
You know, there's only
Nobody
so
talks
long,
about it,
even though they're in the
but it
capsule
happened.
up there, that,
You're welcome.
The body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months and gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we
No, I said Greenland is open to the idea. I didn't say they were sold on the idea. I know there's some people in Greenland that want to be part of America. There's probably plenty of people that don't. But I feel like they're more open to it than Canada, where Canada's just like, full stop, not going to happen. But Greenland, I feel like some people are like considering it. Will it happen? Again, I don't know if it'll happen, but I think it's a better chance of that happening than the Canada thing happening. That's what I'm trying to say.
we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is going to get him? And I just want to thank him. He's going through a lot, what they're doing to him. And these people are going to be caught.
I like Peter Ducey.
They're going to be caught and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching your programs and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency and there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right
And you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador than these MS-13 or Tren de Aragua guys.
Well, I view these people as terrorists just like others. These are, when I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10.
If you're out there lighting Teslas on fire, if you're out there keying Teslas, you need to go to jail. It doesn't matter if it's a Tesla or if it's just somebody else's car. If you're doing that to anybody's property, you need to go to jail. Full stop. Full stop. And you're going to get caught because Teslas have cameras built in. So all the morons out there that think they're going to get away with it, you're not going to get away with it. I think they've arrested 3 people already. So if you guys want to get arrested, feel free to keep on doing what you're doing. But, yeah, just don't throw your life away because, yeah, it's not worth it.
Burning, exploding all over the place.
It's a bad look.
You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt.
Thank you for the likes, by the way, guys.
Nobody was killed.
Let's get to 50
And
likes.
you look at what's going on now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job.
Marty says the left wanted electric cars, and now they burn them. Yeah. Doesn't really make sense, does it?
Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists.
Mr. President, you mentioned a deal with Ukraine.
Mr. President, what do you say to American military families who are seeing Elon Musk at the Pentagon today, are hearing about Defense Department cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of their loved ones who are currently deployed?
Well, we're making our country strong. And when they see a thing like that and they hear that story about Elon and China,
Also, guys, by the way, subscriber-only mode, I turned that off. So now chat is public. So if you are watching this live, feel free to drop those comments down below. If it gets too spicy, I might have to turn back subscriber-only mode. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
what they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the
A snazzy-mobile?
Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard this story. Nobody believed it, that the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like, and he has business in. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very dishonest people. Look, I have it with the Times.
I'm from Louisiana. I can get spicy. My sister used to live in Louisiana for a while.
Very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up.
What up, Truly Dumb? Welcome back, man. You were here last night.
I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete.
This video has over 4,000 views, guys. Thank you for the shares.
He's there for DOGE.
And also thank you for the likes.
There for China. And if you ever mention China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made-up story. Nobody's taking better care of the military.
Also, the poll we got going in on the chat, I asked, are you a fan of Elon Musk? 55% say yes, 45% say no. We got 33 votes. So if you're watching, vote on the little questionnaire we got in the chat. Let me know if you like Elon Musk.
One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those were wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at
Marty Calmer in the chat says, my sister is a very nice video. I sent my sister a very nice video today about the Department of Education. She has a PhD and lost her mind. Tell me she had to take an anxiety pill and blocked me. LOL. She'll come around, man. She'll come around.
Look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs. Because they're playing golf, or they're playing something. They're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the state.
They should get Pete Hegseth, the guy on the right. They should get him a chair, because this could be a while.
We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs. because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States.
Build them in America, boys.
It's a beautiful thing.
You don't want to get a tariff? Build it in America.
So far, I'd say
Simple.
$4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones.
We got to do something to balance the budget. We're done being ripped off. Bring companies back. They're all coming back. And we're getting the monies, boys. We're getting the monies to pay off the debt. We spend more on the interest on our debt than we do on the entire military per year. That is crazy. We can't keep doing that. We can't just keep printing money. We got to do something to balance the budget. This administration is doing something, and crazy leftists are like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're trying to fix things. That's what we're doing. It's simple.
The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the CHIP Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here, they're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs, too, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd. It's reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody say, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs. They charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs where they make it impossible.
Well, I think it was yesterday, Trump eliminated the Department of Education with an executive order. So now it's going back to the states. And hopefully they'll get stuff done better than the government did, because we spend more per pupil than any other country. Yet our grades and test scores are lowest on the list. We're basically at the bottom. So that doesn't really make sense. So apparently the government doesn't need to be messing around with any of the schools. We need to get out of it. Let the local states get stuff done, because they know what's going on in their states better than the government. We need smaller government.
Possible for the cars to get in even without the dollars on them and the dollar signs. It's called a non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market. And yet they send us millions of cars. They send us big agriculture. They don't want our agriculture. They don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough.
If you're just popping in, guys, we are reacting to President Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. They're delivering remarks in the Oval Office, going over a bunch of different topics. Reporters are asking Trump a lot of questions, and it's kind of going all over the place. Trump goes all over the place. So yeah, we're kind of reacting to that. Feel free to post some comments in the chat, and I will read them first chance I get.
Whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Mr. President, you mentioned last month you mentioned
as Russia continues to attack Ukraine, are you planning to impose any sort of sanctions?
Well, they're fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. You had some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe, we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that we're going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies. They're very
We need to clean up the law firms. There's a lot of corrupt judges out there.
Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax. All a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom.
Fake news. The Biden laptop, Yeah, they said it was Russian disinformation. It wasn't. Just another lie.
It was all a hoax developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad. What he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart. He was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame.
I don't think
So
Biden
sad
knew
to
he
see
was
what
president.
happened, what they've done
Part
to this
of the
country,
time, I
both-
don't think he knew he was in
not only
charge.
the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act.
Not anymore.
And many other
We
things
sealed it up,
besides
boys.
that. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President, can we talk one more question on Ukraine?
So there you go, guys. That was President Trump talking about military, the border, Ukraine, Russia, space, getting the astronauts back. We're going to kind of go down the list. News today. Let's see what other news stories happened today. Breaking Tesla attacks. 3 arrested in domestic terrorism. What is this one? News about deportations. Let's see here. What do we got? Despite Elon Musk begs employees to hang on to your stock as Tesla flunders. When Tesla stock goes down, that just means it's on sale. Just buy more of it. Let's see what else we got here. JFK files. Let's go with this one.
Let's start with Madeline Rivera.
Trump demands Supreme Court intervene in deportation flight battle.
With more on that migrant flight legal battle. Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. Federal Judge James Boasberg says the Trump administration is evading its obligations after the Justice Department missed a noon deadline yesterday to privately give more details regarding those deportation flights to El Salvador. Boasberg says instead of giving the information he wanted, the government gave a
I watch CNN occasionally. Truly Dumb says examples of the Social Security tax: you pay 6.2% flat tax until you hit $178,000 made, then it caps out and you can pay in more Social Security.
6-paragraph declaration from an Immigration and Customs Enforcement office in Texas. The declaration notified the court that cabinet secretaries are considering whether to invoke state secrets privilege, which allows the government to withhold certain information because of national security concerns. Boasberg called that response, quote, woefully insufficient, adding, to begin, the government cannot proffer a regional ICE official to attest to cabinet-level discussions of the state secrets privilege. Boasberg wants the DOJ to answer several questions, including what time the planes took off from the U.S. and how many migrants were removed via the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. President Trump is now calling.
See, I don't get this. People on the left are upset because supposedly they didn't have due process and we shipped them to El Salvador, right? These criminals, these people that clearly have had numerous crimes. Okay, I'm sure they have a rap sheet this big. Okay, they're upset about that, right? But meanwhile, in New York, people are getting lit on fire in the subways, and they don't bat an eye. They're like, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Oh, that person just got lit on fire. Yeah, nah, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, criminals, what? What? They got deported. Bring it back. Bring it back. See, like, are you guys living on a different planet? Like, think about what you're saying, guys. Think about what you're freaking saying. It doesn't make sense. You got to open your eyes, okay? Open your eyes. Wake up, okay? You guys need to wake up. Wake up.
On the Supreme Court to step in, saying unlawful nationwide injunctions by radical left judges could very well lead to the destruction of our country. Now, Republican Missouri Senator Josh Hawley is proposing legislation to restrict the lower court's ability to issue nationwide injunctions.
What these courts are doing, these district courts, is wrong. It is unconstitutional. I want to be real clear. To me, this isn't about Congress taking away power courts currently have. This is about Congress reforming and stopping the abuse. They do not have the authority to go out and to say, Mr. President, you can't do this. Congress can make that clear. We need to do it right this second.
If the president doesn't have the power to deport terrorists, then what are we doing? What are we doing? What? Like what? What?
Judge Boasberg wants the DOJ to hand in a sworn declaration today from someone involved in the cabinet-level discussions about why it's considering invoking state secrets privilege. Carly and Todd.
All right, Madeline Rivera live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you.
Also, guys, quick shout out real quick. We have over 5,000 views on this video, 86 people watching. Do me a favor, if you're enjoying the stream, whether you're liking what I'm saying or not, if you're just having fun, being entertained, smash that like button. Help us get to the top of the streaming chart so we can reach more people and have more conversations. Please and thank you, and shout out to yourself for watching. I appreciate it.
You got it. Let's bring in John Traficatore, who is the former head of ICE in the Denver region. John, good morning to you. So there are several things that we know about this flight situation. One of them is that the president was elected to get criminal illegal immigrants out of this country. Another thing we know is that El Salvador is willing to take these people. And the third thing that we know is that one federal judge is blocking that from happening. But then there are a few details that remain unclear. One side is saying that these migrants deserve their day in court, due process to make sure that they are, in fact, criminal illegal immigrants. But then the Trump administration is saying that, with this Alien Enemies Act, that these people are from Venezuela, which is pretty much a criminal state, and that he needs to move quickly to deport these people. So weigh in.
Sean in the chat says it's 100% unconstitutional what they are doing. If they are criminals, release the names and charges while they are at it. Show the names of the people who are 160 years old and still getting Social Security. I agree, they should. Like, if there's people getting Social Security and they're 160 years old, yeah, we need to know the names of those people, because I doubt they're alive. And whatever they're drinking, if they're drinking V8 or what, you need to make that public, because, yeah, I want to live to be 160.
In on that portion of it, which side is right, which side is wrong, and where do things go from here?
Well, over the last 4 years, we've had a predatory incursion of foreign terrorist organizations, Tren de Aragua being one of them. And Tren de Aragua has been labeled a foreign terrorist organization by the Trump administration. They were transnational criminal organizations. They came into this country. They committed murders, rapes, extortions. And it is the right thing to do this. Look, taking these guys right now and sending them back over, sending them to El Salvador, makes that process go faster, gets them out of this country, and makes this country definitely safer.
Yeah, Tom.
Corbin, welcome to the chat, man.
Holman was asked by a reporter, what do you say to critics who say you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process? And he said, well, the Constitution is even older than that law. And we take the Constitution very seriously. I also want to ask you about this situation that's unfolding in Aurora, Colorado. There were 2 illegal immigrants who escaped from a detention facility there, and ICE is now searching for them. And they claimed that they asked local law enforcement to help in the search.
We're going to catch them.
Aurora police refused to do that. Now, the Aurora Police Department is disputing that claim. Take a listen to the police chief here.
The Aurora Police Department was not given immediate notification of an act of escape. Instead, we were informed hours later, after ICE Geo had already lost valuable time for their own internal response. Had APD been properly notified at the moment of the escape, our officers could have deployed resources immediately to establish a containment, coordinate with regional
Aurora PD dispute claims they refused to help ICE
partners and to assist in tracking those.
So apparently they're saying they didn't refuse to help ICE, and ICE is saying they did.
2 hours after they found out that these guys went missing to notify local police, and that's what the police chief is referring to there. So what do you think about that?
There's definitely a communications breakdown here. And I think that communications breakdown comes from the fact that Colorado is a sanctuary state, and ICE does not work as closely as it should with local law enforcement because of that sanctuary status. We really need to stop this, where we're keeping local law enforcement from having good relationships with ICE, because this is the kind of situation that happens where you have this breakdown. You have a situation where two people escape from a jail and you can't even communicate properly with the police chief.
Yeah, and another part of this story that is pressing as well is the reason that these two illegal immigrants escaped in the first place is because there was a power outage at this facility. The door unlocked and these two guys just walked out. It sounds like this situation could have been much worse. Maybe these were the only two people who realized that the door unlocked and they could just walk out. Will ICE be able to catch these guys?
So ICE has great fugitive operations teams. The men and women who are on those teams really know what they're doing. They're going to go out into the community. They will investigate this, and hopefully they will catch these two escapees as fast as possible. As for the door unlocking like it did during a power outage, that's got to be investigated as well. And we will see exactly
Dave Harvey,
what
how's it
happened
going?
in that situation.
All right, John Papagatore, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Happy Friday. We appreciate it.
Happy Friday. Okay, what else we got? What else we got going? Let's look at Fox News. What else is Fox talking about? I don't know. Fox, what are you up to? Let's see. Stab in the heart. Tesla owner speaks out after Cybertruck vandalized. See, this is what crazy people are doing.
Joining me now is Roe. Now, for security reasons,
Can't we all agree that it's a bad thing to deface public property and to vandalize people's, cars? Can't we, whether you're on the left or the right, can't we agree that that's a bad thing? That is not a good thing. That's not a good thing because it's not hurting the company that made the cars. It's hurting the person who bought the car, that spent hours and hours and hours at their job to earn enough money to buy a car. Those cars are not cheap. Cars anywhere are not cheap. So you're just hurting those people.
he prefers that we not use his last name. His Cybertruck was in for service at a Tesla dealership when it was vandalized.
Sad.
Get this, spray painted with swastikas and various curse words. Ro, thank you for joining us. So you walk up thinking you're going to get your Tesla after being serviced.
I'm doing good, Dave. How are you?
You see this? What's your reaction?
Yeah, I was definitely kind of taken back by the whole situation. We were notified by Tesla. I was supposed to pick it up at 3 p.m. last Monday, and then they notified me at 2:30 p.m. that my car was vandalized overnight, and they're working on getting it cleaned up. I was unaware at the time exactly what was on the car. I messaged them about an hour later. They got back to me that they were working on getting the symbols off the car. I
agree, Sean. Both
smiley faces.
They need to stop.
So I said, "Oh, okay."
It needs to stop.
Then they sent me photos and confirmed that they were Nazi swastikas written on my Cybertruck and 5 others in the lot as well overnight.
And the swastika itself, for you personally, it's horrible for any American, but for you personally, what did it do to you?
It was, for my partner and myself, we are Jewish as well, and it was kind of a stab in the heart because this day and age in 2025, you get swastikas written on your vehicle in America, let alone anywhere else in the world. It definitely takes you back a little bit. We didn't necessarily feel personally attacked, being it obviously was done to other Tesla vehicles, so obviously it was probably targeting Elon and his companies.
People need to get a
not
life.
necessarily me personally or my partner, but yeah, definitely it was. It's kind of a wake-up call to really, kind of the reality we're living in these days. It's very disheartening.
Sad.
Everyone watching tonight, a lot of people who are, climate change folks, or they just like the Teslas, which are incredible vehicles. They thought they were buying a Tesla, and it's cool, right?
It is cool.
I know you were a liberal, now you're a Republican after 2016. You supported Trump, but I know a lot of liberals in the place where I live. They all drive Teslas. So what about them? How does this feel to them that their compatriots, the rabid ones, are doing this? It's insane.
Yeah, that's what's always gotten me. It's like, you're here to save the world, and you're working against a guy that's trying to make humanity better and has made humanity better through his rockets, through his cars. I mean, we just rescued.
Elon Musk is making humanity better. It's simple. It's simple. Nah, I disagree, LB. I disagree.
Went up to SpaceX and just rescued the astronauts, and I just don't understand. It's just like what's wrong with cutting government waste and fraud?
I live in Idaho. I see a lot of Cybertrucks here in Idaho.
Who is against that unless you're benefiting from that, Laura? And that's the thing. It's like Teslas are great cars. They drive you everywhere you need to go. They are an amazing piece of technology. And I don't understand, how the left has really just turned around in the last, 6 months or so, really definitely the last few weeks, of being against finding government corruption and waste in the federal government. And then you just really got to follow the money. Where's this coming from?
Now, would you buy another Tesla?
I have one already on order. I already have another Cybertruck on
Yeah,
order.
boy.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's buying another one.
A friend of mine in
See, if anything, it's not hurting Tesla. It's making people want to buy more Teslas to support Elon because they see the crazy people and what they're doing to Elon. It's just making his car brand more popular. Because now everybody's talking about Teslas. And it's like, if you want to piss off the Democrat down the street, you buy a Tesla.
Louisiana has a Cybertruck. She loves this vehicle. I think she loves it as much as her grandkids. She just raves about this. Loves it, loves it, loves it. And so you're not deterred at all.
Thank you for the Lex, guys, by the way.
You're not deterred.
No, Laura, not at all. If anything, it just makes us more vigilant. We bought some personal protective equipment and everything else, to store on us when we do drive, just to make sure that I'm protecting myself, my family, and my possessions that I've worked very hard for. I mean, like you said, I was a registered Democrat, and I campaigned for Obama in 2015 and 2016 in Florida. Went to his rallies, and then I just saw, really how the hope and change never came. The country was more divided at that time. I also opened up my own business during that time, and I realized the Democrat Party is against small businesses. They are against the small person who's.
I think some people will buy Teslas because they want to stick it to Democrats. Obviously, some people will probably avoid buying Teslas because they don't want to get their car keyed, or they don't want to deal with the crazy people on the left trying to just scratch up the car or light it on fire. They just don't want to deal with it. Or maybe they just simply can't afford it because Teslas are still pretty pricey. But I do think some people out there that if their car gets keyed up or vandalized, insurance is going to cover it, and they're just going to want to buy more. If somebody did that to my car, I would just, and if I had the money, I would just buy another one just to stick it to them. If I had the money, obviously. But I cannot afford a Tesla. I have some stocks in Tesla. I got some Tesla stocks because I think it's a good investment, but I don't own a Tesla.
And then it just clicked on me, and I really, Donald Trump really brought, really the hope and change I was looking for.
The car I
Obama,
drive is from 2001.
Especially with Trump 2.0 now. I really hope, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel hold these people accountable as domestic terrorists, as what they are.
Yeah, well, Obama, it was Hillary in 2016, but I get your point. You supported Obama.
Yeah, it was literally just a continuation of it. It was just definitely not the change that this America needed.
Are the police being helpful?
Yeah, so I was actually contacted a few days ago by the local police department just to ask me questions about it, and then they told me that they actually forwarded it to the FBI, and that was a few days ago. I did check this morning. To see if there was any suspects or anybody was apprehended, and as of right now, there's nobody.
Yeah.
I don't even believe they even have any suspects. But that's the latest news that I've heard.
All right, Ro, thank you for telling us your story, and drive safely.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox
Click here to subscribe. Click here to subscribe. Speaking of which, guys, smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. What else is Fox News put? Actually, we could look at CNN. Let's see what CNN is up to. CNN. What is CNN talking about these days?
My name is Kate Tice, senior quality.
Kate Tice, I don't want to hear you right now. Okay, what is CNN talking about? Let's see here. AOC and Bernie Sanders take aim at Republicans and Democrats during rally tour. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
He's handed the keys to Elon
I'm not a big fan of AOC.
And is selling this country for parts
I'm not a big
to
fan.
the richest people on the planet for a kickback.
Thanks for popping in, Sam.
And in exchange, they will bankroll his campaigns and those of his allies. They scratch his back, he scratches theirs, and the rest of us are left behind.
Today we are
the top 1%. I am Bernie
very
Sanders, the
loudly
top 1%.
and clearly. No, we will not accept an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires
I feel like Bernie
run
is
the
always
government.
yelling. I don't think I've ever seen him not yell.
No, we will
I'm glad you
not
enjoyed it, Sam. Thanks for popping in,
accept
bro.
an authoritarian form of society with a president who undermines the Constitution every day and is working aggressively to take away our freedom of speech and freedom of assembly.
Freedom of speech? What do you mean he's trying to take... Trump is all for freedom of speech. Elon Musk is all for freedom of speech. What are these people talking about?
Furious voters voicing their outrage at lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans. Some Republicans facing heat over supporting the cuts from DOGE. Meanwhile, lots of Democrats being told they're not doing enough to push back against the Trump administration. CNN's Eva McKen is in North Las Vegas, Nevada, where Senator Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just wrapped up a big event. Eva, what happened?
Jake, what struck me about this Fight the Oligarchy tour is there is a very deliberate effort to be nonpartisan.
I think Bernie Sanders has a house that's like $3 million. He has like a $3 million house. I think he actually has a couple houses that are in the $1 million price range. Meanwhile, he's talking about the top 1%. Bro, you are in the top 1%.
Then you belong.
Sell your house.
Really
Give some money to some homeless people if you care that much, Bernie.
As dogmatic and not pragmatic. But that is not what we are seeing here. Senator Sanders says that he understands that both parties are captured by big moneyed interests, and this is a real effort, regardless of ideology, to call back the working class and bring them into coalition.
This isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us, too.
I asked the question in chat, is CNN honest? Let me know in the chat, guys. Vote yes or no. Is CNN honest? Are they fake news or are they legit? Let me know in the chat.
We, as a community, must choose and vote for Democrats and elected officials who know how to stand for.
Metal Man says Bernie Sanders received so much money from large pharmaceutical companies. Is that true?
The working class.
And so, Jake, you heard the Congress.
Metal Man says Bernie Sanders never had a real job in his life. He lived on government assistance while never having a job, and he thinks he knows what it's like to struggle. LOL. Bernie Sanders' total net worth is $3 million.
Woman there, she didn't spare her own party, even though she didn't mention Senator Schumer by name. This is just one stop over the next several days that they will make. And I'll end with this. There is clearly an appetite for this message. It's unclear if they are peeling off some of the conservative voters that may have voted for Trump. That is certainly the goal here. But the Democratic establishment cannot afford to ignore this energy center of the party. There may be some that try to dismiss this, but they have a lot of enthusiasm here on the ground.
I'm looking up Bernie Sanders' net worth.
Democrats would do a lot better with voters if they looked less like diplomats searching for a compromise and looked more like prize fighters for the working class.
This isn't just about Republicans. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us, too. But what that means is that we, as a community, must choose and vote for Democrats and elected officials who know how to.
In 2018, he was worth, according to one website, $500 million. $500 million. That ain't right. $500,000 in 2018.
Stand for the working
I'm sure he's worth
class.
more now, though.
I want you to look at every level of office around and support brawlers who fight, because those are the ones who can actually win
Brawlers
against
who fight?
Republicans.
What are you talking about, AOC?
Let's be real about that.
brawlers. I assume you approve this message.
100%, absolutely. Democrats
are crazy.
In a crisis right now. They're on life support. They have a testicular fortitude problem. They are not fighting nearly as hard as they need to fight for the American people, as was seen last week during this CR vote in the Senate. It's a problem. And for me, it's not about the parties, because the parties are going to...
It says Bernie Sanders' net worth is estimated to be around $2 million, according to one article I'm reading from Town and Country. That was published in 2020. So it's probably like $3 million now, at least. How did I don't know. Nancy Pelosi has a pretty big net worth. I don't know how Nancy Pelosi made all her money.
It's about the people.
Well, I do know she bought the right stocks.
Democrats have fighters.
And she sold when she had to. You know,
AOC,
how did you know?
Ayanna Pressley, the whole
we know.
squad.
Something shady's going on.
Camilla Jayapal, and governors and mayors across the country are fighters. But we need some of the OGs in the party to elevate, uplift.
$3 million is still a lot.
Or do they need to step aside?
Or step aside, because we need to hear new, fresh, bold voices. That's what the American people want. And if the party doesn't do that,
I'm gonna look up Nancy Pelosi.
I hope that AOC, Pramila Jayapal, Greg Cesar, I hope they're the new face of the Democratic Party, because Republicans will be winning elections all over the country if that is the face.
Well, what are you smoking, bro?
Are you?
I mean, y'all
listen, a district like mine that Joe Biden won by 10 points, okay, 10 points. Kamala Harris won by half a point, okay? I won by 6.5 points, 24,000 votes in a district.
Okay, Nancy Pelosi, her estimated net worth is $114 million. That was in 2018. That was 2018. $114 million. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That has 85,000 more Democrats than Republicans. Why?
And you're right.
Because the
Democrats... but you ran against a cornball candidate. You had
he was your friend.
He was not my friend.
He was your friend
You
long
had
ago.
someone running against you who was not a strong candidate. And we still
that we agree on.
We still have consultants and big money.
Their estimated net worth now is $240 million. Interesting.
Controlling the
But
Democratic Party, compromising.
Very interesting.
Kamala Harris in her
Come on
district.
now.
Trump did,
Sure.
Trump did better than.
But here's my point. The New York, look no further than New York, where issues like cashless bail have been a disaster. Issues like sanctuary state status, congestion pricing. In districts like mine, where Democrats on paper should win big,
Steve Chen,
they're losing.
Yeah. I mean, every news network has their own agenda, and they try to push their own narrative. I mean, Fox does the same thing.
And so if the messenger is AOC, who, by the way, was originally from my district, she grew up in Yorktown, not the Bronx. If AOC is the face of the Democratic Party in swing districts all across this country, she will mobilize voters way more than Nancy Pelosi ever did.
Let me just add the counterpoint within the Democratic Party to what AOC is saying. From this is Elisa Slotkin. She gave the Democratic response to the State of the Union address much more of a moderate voice in the party. Listen.
I can't just chain myself to the White House and become an activist full time, because you and others here are going to call me.
Real quick, guys, we are switching back over to subscriber mode. So if you are a subscriber, you will be able to leave a comment. So if you do leave a comment, I'll give you a shout out, because that means you're a subscriber. So going to turn that on, and then we might switch back to public chat here in a bit. But yeah, I'm going to turn on subscriber only mode. And 3, 2, 1. Engage. Okay, subscriber only mode is on. So if you're a subscriber, you can drop a comment down below. And we will get back to the previous broadcast.
For things that you need. All of those things require me to be more than just an AOC. I can't do what she does, because we live in a purple state, and I'm a pragmatist. I gotta save things for my people.
Slotkins.
See,
Things are getting messy.
come on,
there.
son.
It's getting very messy.
That's
and
white flag energy right there.
Names are
That's
being
white
put on the
flag
table.
energy right there.
No, I think she's
What?
right.
What do you mean you think she's right?
Because I think
First
it's-
of all,
I
even
think it's
choosing
easy.
her to give the response to Governor Trump.
That's your party's
I mean, Governor
choice.
Trump. I should call him Governor Trump.
That's
President
your
Trump was
party's
a
choice.
problem.
You should be the chairman, by the way.
I mean,
the
this
advice
is
you gave
crazy.
a
All right,
minute
let me
ago.
let Joe finish.
Go ahead, brother.
You know, she is right in the sense that it's easy to throw grenades. You can be
Steve says, "Have you heard about the egg shortage problem at Costco?" I have not. There's an egg shortage at Costco.
AOC and
Say
throw
what?
grenades all day in a safe district and not have to account for anything.
What are you
There's a huge delta between the hype of AOC and the accomplishments of AOC. And frankly, if you look at that tour she was just on with Bernie Sanders, right? It was called the Fighting Oligarchy Tour, right?
Yo,
They
it's so
essentially
shook.
traveled the country.
Did we just get a
and spoke to
subscriber?
an echo chamber of people who already
somebody
agree
just
with them.
subscribe?
How is she and Bernie Sanders, with their message, going to attract people in swing districts
I
by the
guess what
Fighting
I wonder
Oligarchy
is
Tour?
maybe what they're looking at is
I'm
actually.
scared of AOC.
I welcome her to
There
my
are
business.
Democrats I'm scared of. There are Democrats
Maybe
I'm
what
scared
they're
of, not
looking
her.
at, Joe, is what the Republicans did, which is all of the guys who stood around screaming in Congress and not passing any legislation, those folks are in power now. They won at the end of the day.
I think that this is where I will actually agree with you. I do think that there is a difference between Bernie Sanders and AOC.
Okay, so somebody mentioned an egg shortage at Costco. I looked it up. It says, due to a nationwide egg shortage caused by a severe avian flu outbreak, Costco, along with other retailers, are limiting egg purchases to address supply issues and rising prices. Cause of the shortage. The current egg shortage is primarily attributed to a widespread outbreak of highly pathogenic avian influenza, also known as bird flu, which has significantly impacted egg-laying bird populations across the United States. Impact on supply. The outbreak has led to a culling of millions of chickens and other poultry, resulting in a reduced supply of eggs and a surge in prices. Costco's response. To manage the situation, Costco is implementing a purchase limit, with some locations capping egg purchases at 3 cartons per customer. Interesting. Other retailers, Trader Joe's is also limiting egg purchases to 1 dozen per customer per day, while other stores like Walmart and Whole Foods are also restricting egg purchases. Price increases. The egg shortage has led to a significant increase in egg prices. No joke. With the average price of a dozen grade A large eggs rising substantially in recent months. Customers' experience. Due to the shortage and purchase limits, some Costco customers have reported long lines and empty shelves while trying to purchase eggs. Costco's notice. Costco has posted a notice on its website stating that due to supply challenges caused by a highly pathogenic avian influenza, shell eggs and egg products may be shortcut from delivery orders without notice. Interesting. So yeah, there is a reason the eggs are up. It's because of that bird flu. It's because of that bird flu, boys. Back to the previous program.
AOC going and talking to our base, and a difference between the senator who was just elected has to show results.
Thank you,
her
NZ,
state,
for
has to,
subscribing, bro.
in a swing
Appreciate it.
State,
If you did
a
subscribe,
battleground
guys,
state,
make
and
sure you drop a
she
comment
has
so I can
to
give you a shout out.
deliver
Subscriber
something
mode is
versus
turned on, so if
AOC,
you
Bernie,
are
it's
able
just-
to leave a
they're
comment,
talking
that means
about
you
the base.
subscribed.
I will say,
and
I
it's
was at the
pretty
DNC
easy for me to figure out who
2017
subscribed. So
after
that's
this
part of why I
almost
do it, so I can
exact
give you
same
guys a shout out.
situation. Bernie Sanders as Chuck Schumer.
If you don't want to type a whole comment, just put an emoji or something in the chat if you're a subscriber.
What he did in 2016. It's 2017. This is deja vu. You know what happened when Nancy Pelosi? Everybody was asking for her to resign. You know what she did? She embraced the new generation of
Nancy
the Democratic
Pelosi.
Party, lifted them up, and
Not
said,
a
you know
fan
what?
of Nancy.
I'm going to step aside
Not a fan.
after the midterm elections, and I'm going to lift everybody else up.
And that's
We've
why
done
she
this
worked to block
before.
AOC
We've
from
done
becoming
this. We've
a
done this
ranking member
before.
of a
We can
committee.
do that again.
That also happened.
The tens of millions of people who are staying home, they're staying home because we're not elevating new voices in the Democratic
No,
Party.
you're not. Your
Those
chairs
people
are ranking
mobilized.
members.
Maybe I'll buy some chickens. Nah, then I got to take care of them. That's a whole thing. I mean, I could have chickens here because this is Idaho. I could put them in my backyard, but then I gotta feed the chickens. I gotta go get the eggs. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Hopefully, prices have dropped. I think on average like $3 throughout the United States. They have dropped, but they're still obviously pretty expensive. What else do we got here? Trump press secretary destroys smug CNN reporter. Let's see what this one is.
John?
Sure, Caitlin.
I have two questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight, saying that the
pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he is the...
Anita Shaib says, hello there. How you doing, Anita? Anita. Thank you for subscribing, Anita. Steve Chen says, isn't AOC getting investigated by DOJ there? Isn't there any news on that? Possibly. I don't know. $3 where? Do you shop? They're $8. No, I'm not saying they're $3. I'm saying, like, from what I've heard, on average, the prices have dropped $3. I'm not saying they're $3. Like, yeah. Supposedly, like in the U.S., they've gone down around $3 from where they used to be, but they're obviously still pricey. I'm not saying eggs are $3. So just to clarify that.
Legal authority to undo a pardon simply.
Also, guys, do me a favor, smash that like button.
As he said.
Thumb it up.
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that did the president even know about these pardons? Was his illegal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the President of the United States autograph without his consent.
Biden is on the record talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was he aware of his signature being used on every single pardon? That's a question you should ask the Biden White House.
Is there any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
You're a reporter. You should find out.
Okay,
Sean.
so I have a question on the
You're a reporter. You should find out.
Talking about the judge's written order, which hit the docket Saturday night at about 7:26 p.m. But he issued
each state is
a verbal
different.
order before that at about 6:45 and 6:48 p.m. based on the court hearing. A verbal order from the bench. Does the White House feel the need to comply with a verbal order from this judge?
Again, as I said, all of the planes.
If you're just tuning in, guys, we are watching a clip from the press secretary talking to some CNN reporters and stuff at the White House briefing room. I think this happened yesterday.
Subject to the written order of this judge, departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
But what about the verbal order, which of course carries the same legal weight as a written order, and said for the planes to turn around if they were
Well,
in the air?
there's actually questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as a legal order, as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, Closing Time, about deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the bird flu isn't like a constant thing that's going on. It's just, it happened recently. So they had to take a bunch of chickens out so the flu wouldn't spread, and that caused the egg shortage. So yeah, they're trying to get it under control, but yeah. So maybe it wasn't an issue a couple years ago. My name's Adam, if you're talking to me.
Sure. I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being.
Yeah, I like this press secretary. I thought his old one, was it Haley McEnany or something? I thought she was good. I like her as well. She's actually the youngest press secretary in history. I think she's only 27 years old. I think she's doing a really good job. Definitely like her. I like her better than the previous press secretary for Biden. I was not a fan of I forget her name, but I wasn't a fan of her.
Made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our communities safer. And the specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. First,
I think she's doing a good
Trump
job
put
so far.
sanctions on Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP home yet?
To your first question, it's something the president has floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't have anything to read out, and I would never get ahead of the president on such a serious decision. To your second question about the CBP Home app, I would have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security, but it's a great question, and we're very proud to repurpose this app, which the Biden administration abused to facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves from being in one of these fun videos. Sure. John, good to see you.
See, if you self-deport, you have a chance of coming back into the country legally. If we catch you, you might not be able to reapply for like 10 to 20 years. So it makes sense.
After President Trump strafe-bombed the Houthis yesterday, he said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will read it, "Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money, and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence."
Wait, who's Stacey Abrams? That name
Every
sounds
shot
familiar.
fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire.
Didn't she like
From
give
the President of the United States just moments ago.
Didn't she give like Hillary Clinton like notes before her interview or something? Like the debate one time. It was like the first time I think Trump ran. She like gave, I don't know, there's like some kind of big thing that happened. Lawyer and former Georgia state representative. Yeah.
I have nothing additional to share, but our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously, and I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated. Sure, Edward.
Will no longer be tolerated.
On the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how this economic transition, and there's a plan, a long-term plan for tariffs on this. How concerned is the president that the markets and Americans, for lack of a better term, will freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan?
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition. The president has made that clear. He also has made his belief in tariffs and what they will do for our great country clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first-term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts, lowering the cost of living with an energy boom, which the American people can
boom,
expect
baby.
soon.
Lowering that cost
Wall
of
Street
living.
and
That's
Main
what I'm
Street
talking
should
about.
both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula.
that was Donna
in
Brazil?
fact, I would
Okay,
argue it's
I got
even
it mixed
better
up.
this time around. And if you look at some of the economic indicators in the last week, the latest CPI report last week beat expectations. Inflation is cooling. Core inflation dropped for the first time in 4 months. The national average of the price of gas is down 42 cents from 1 year ago. And there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now $3.10 cheaper since January 24th.
$3.10
So that's a
cheaper.
47% decrease
So it's
overall.
gone down. 47%
I think the American
decrease.
people do have
Still
great
high.
reason to be optimistic about this economy. And
But they
as I've
are
said
going in the right
repeatedly,
direction.
It continues to be true. The administration
I think
has
gas
a whole of
prices are
government
also
effort,
starting to go
fix
down a
the
little bit.
economic mess created by Biden.
So the president's pointed to that April 2nd tariff deadline, so to speak. Is the tariff back and forth sort of done now? We're just all looking towards April 2nd?
Well, I think the president would tell you that all options are always.
I don't think Trump is ruining the country. I think he's. I feel safer with Trump in the White House. Like I did not feel very safe when Biden was there. But that's just me. I'm sure Democrats don't feel safe when Trump's in the White House. So, it's just about everybody's point of view, I guess. But
on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president
April 2nd,
has said.
that's when the big
Reciprocal
tariffs kick in.
will go
Get
into
ready,
effect.
boys.
We'll have more details on that as the date nears. But our entire trade team, Secretary Lutnick,
also, guys, real quick, public chat is turned on, so you don't have to be a subscriber to leave a comment. So if you are watching, if you got something to say, feel free to drop a comment down there. Your comment will show up behind my face. So post those if you are watching.
Secretary Bessent,
Also,
the Vice
do me a favor,
President
smash
has
that
been
like
quite
button.
involved in these talks and discussions as well about what that will look like. And the president, as you always do.
Oh, also, another shout out. Those names that are below my face, those are subscribers that clicked on the join button, and they are donating every month to help support my channel. So big shout out to those guys down there. Thanks again, guys, for helping keep the lights on. I appreciate it.
You will hear from him directly on it. Deborah Saunders, how are you?
Fine. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Former Pardon Attorney Elizabeth Warner believes she was fired for refusing to sign off on a move to restore gun rights to actor Mel Gibson. DOJ's Todd Blanche says no. But I want to know, is the administration dedicated to restoring gun rights to felons who served their times? I ask this because I've talked to people who were pardoned. They felt that was important. Of course, this isn't necessarily.
So that was basically the end of that clip. What else we got? Trump announced the F-47. Let's see. I'm looking at the recommended videos down here. Trying to find some videos I haven't seen yet. Hey, look at that. There's my stream right there. I'm popping up in my suggested newsfeed. I'm not going to watch my own stream, but there it is. That's kind of funny. I'm trying to find one. I've seen a lot of these. President Biden takes questions for the first time. I think he only did that like once in 4 years. Yeah, see, I wasn't a fan of this of this lady.
The first question. Thanks, Green. Is the president considering blanket pardons for either individuals or groups of people who are fearful of potentially being targeted by the incoming Trump administration?
So look, I'm not going.
Remember when he said he wasn't going to pardon his son or any of his family, and then he did? Remember that?
To get ahead of the president, but what I can say is that the president is reviewing
of the pardons and commutations. And I do want to lay out a little bit of the history, the history the president has taken over the last almost 4 years, actions that he's taken, because it's important to note that the president has so far issued 20 individual pardons and 122 commutations. He's issued more sentence commutations at this point in his presidency than any of his recent predecessors.
Yeah. What else we got here?
Yeah.
State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce holds a press briefing.
Lights seem a little brighter today. 2.5 years. He arrived at Joint Base Andrews earlier today, where he was greeted by his wife and a small welcoming party. Ryan.
Oh, wait, DeSantos meets with Tom Homan. Let's watch that.
Hello.
Maybe.
Mine work. Policy Institute. And just to put it into perspective, the American First Policy Institute, once there was a change in the election in November, they probably had 150 great policy minds working for them with Chad. Probably a third of them are now in Washington, D.C.
If you're just tuning in, guys, they're discussing the crackdown on illegal immigrants at the new college, I guess, in Florida.
In the governments, in the agencies, in the White House, changing the direction of the country. And so Chad's been doing a phenomenal job. He began his career at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, helping stand up the U.S. Transportation Security Administration in the aftermath of 9/11. He later served at the department during the Trump administration, eventually rising to the secretary.
You wrote in Bernie Sanders?
He is a recipient of the U.S. Secretary of Transportation 9/11 Medal, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security
This video has over
Distinguished Service
8,000
Medal, and the
views.
National
That's crazy,
Intelligence
guys.
Distinguished Service Medal.
Are you guys like sharing
He's
this
a
video like
graduate of
crazy, or
Southern
what's going
Methodist
on?
University with a liberal arts history degree. We've got to give that shout
I
out.
think last night we had like 16,000 views.
And he's married with 2 sons. Next to him is Tom Homan. He has been appointed.
Okay, let's skip to like, I don't know where they're actually talking.
Arrested by ICE in the interior since President took office, the vast majority of them being public safety threats and national security threats. They're not going to stop us. The district court judge isn't going to stop us from making this country safe again. We're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
And I would just add, you know, where was the district court judge when all these folks were coming into the United States, right? And so this idea that you're going to have a judge or even, you know, the left of the country is now siding, first they sided with illegal aliens and now they're siding
Does
with
Florida
terrorists
ban a
instead
lot of
of with
books?
the American people. So I think Tom's exactly right, and I think, you know, the American people by and large support what the president is doing here. Governor, now you have some thoughts on the judge.
Well, look, I mean, well, first of all, the U.S. Supreme Court had a chance to nip all this in the bud about a month ago. And they could have just been aggressive, put these district judges in their place. But, you know, the 3 liberal justices, they're always going to be against no matter what. And then of the 6 others, you know, a lot of them aren't reliable. Thomas is reliable. Alito's reliable. But you had a 5-4 where the Chief Justice and Justice Barrett sided with the liberals, kept these cases alive, and it was a different case than the one just there. But the principle is...
Real quick, in the chat, I asked you guys, is CNN honest? 64 people voted. Feel free to vote if you guys haven't. So is CNN honest? 25% say yes, and 75% say no. 75%. That's quite a bit. It's quite a large number right there. Okay. I'll ask, is Fox News honest? It's probably going to be a very similar thing. But I'll ask, is Fox News honest? We'll see if it gets like the same, kind of the same as a CNN question. It's probably going to get a very similar thing, I feel like. So vote in the chat if you haven't, guys. Vote on that poll I just did.
Consent of the governed under elections and under a written constitution, or are we ruled by a district judge in D.C., Hawaii, wherever the hell they can shop for a
Also,
judge
guys, thanks
to
for the
find
like. Smash
somebody.
that like button.
And
Can
then
we get
that
the 40
trumps
likes?
Everything that is in the Constitution.
Can we get the 40
in
likes
terms of
on this
executive
video?
powers. because that's what they'll keep doing if you let that happen.
The Rook one
So
says
the US
CNN is
Supreme
scared.
Court
Fox
needs
is
to
on
put
board.
a kibosh on it. I mean, forget about just whether
The Rook
a
has
judge
it going,
should
man.
be involved in this to begin with. Clearly, if you have one case, judge rules against the government, that shouldn't be a nationwide injunction where the government can't act in all the other 99.9% of the cases. And so the U.S. Supreme Court could reel that in if they wanted to, and maybe they will. But you know, Congress, people say, oh, these courts are out of control. They've been out of control for a long time. It got worse under Trump 45. We knew this was going to happen. Like,
Glad to
this
hear
is
it,
the
Brooke.
most predictable thing that
Would
this
you
is
let
what
your
the left would do.
Would you let your kid
Congress
read
has
50
the
Shades of Grey?
authority
Yeah, probably
to
not. Probably not
strip
something
the
you want your
courts
kids
of
to read.
jurisdiction over certain issues. They can say you can't hear any case involving the removal of.
Okay, what else is happening right now? We watched that one. We watched the F-47s. Did we watch this one already?
A recent New York Post column called out the double standard.
Democrats' silence is damning as leftist violence explodes.
With this headline, Democrats' silence is damning as leftist violence explodes. Another Donald Trump presidential term, another spate of violence going largely ignored or even smirked at by Democrats and their media friends. Much of this violence and abuse is being laughed off by people who would be weeping if the targets were their own political allies. All of that a quote. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, joins me in Focus now. Caroline, good to see you. I did some homework for this segment, and I want to start.
Do you guys know anybody that owns a Tesla?
About.
I know one person.
What happens if there's someone in one of
a
these
lot of
cars
Teslas
they blow up?
drive by my
That can happen.
work every day.
That becomes murder, or worse, terrorism plus. And I know that on January 20th, the president signed into law, through an executive order, restoring the death penalty. Do you think this?
What evidence do you have of lefty violence? Well, I don't think Republicans are lighting Teslas on fire. I mean, most Republicans think Elon's doing a good job with helping Trump balance the budget and stuff and cut wasteful spending. So I don't think Republicans are lighting Teslas on fire.
This sort of thing, and I hate to think it. People leave their children in
Jim
pets
says
in cars.
Ultra
I mean,
MAGA
you don't
Arizona
know. This
every
is
day,
deadly,
all day.
dangerous
What?
Stuff.
What?
These liberal protesters are.
I used to live in New Mexico, man, so we were kind of neighbors.
Yes, it is, Harris. And what I can
Welcome
tell
to
you
the chat,
is that
Jim.
President Trump condemns this
Borghini?
violence.
Is that how you pronounce your
and
name?
he is determined to
Borghini?
restore law and order in our country, and he will ensure that the harshest penalties are pursued for those who are engaging in this vicious violence that we have seen targeted at this American company, Tesla dealerships, Tesla employees, and also innocent Americans who have chosen to drive these vehicles. Many of them, ironically, are likely Democrats. If, as you so eloquently.
Yeah, there's Democrats out there that are driving Teslas. Like, Democrats really used to be into Tesla, you know, before Elon started supporting Trump. And they probably kept their cars. So if you're out there lighting Teslas on fire and scratching them up, there's a chance you're just doing it to the people that are supposedly on your side. So, you know, anarchists.
Pointed out, there is a major double standard.
Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, left, right, if you're doing this, you need to be thrown in jail. Like if Trump supporters, if Republicans were doing this, I would say the same thing. I'd be like, yo, if they were doing that to Democrats or whatever, or just doing that in general, they need to go to jail. They're breaking laws. They just need to go to jail. Summer of Love 2.0. Yep, pretty much, man. G-Mass. How you doing, G-Mass?
Here, the Democrats used to be the greatest cheerleaders for electric vehicles and for Tesla, the company, until Elon Musk decided to support and vote for Donald Trump. So the Trump derangement syndrome from the left is on true display with these attacks. It is getting dangerous, and the White House wholeheartedly condemns it. And we applaud Attorney General Pam Bondi for investigating these acts as domestic terrorism, because that is
if you're doing this,
well, and
you
as
need
I
to go to
just pointed
jail.
out, the president gave himself another
Simple as
tool
that.
if this really goes dark, much darker than it already has. Look, I want to talk about the politics of this, because on display right now, we find out just how fake
Again, guys, smash that like button. Let's get to 50 likes.
Green environment. I mean, you saw
smash it.
Mark Kelly down
Hit
in
the
Arizona,
subscribe button
lawmaker
and
saying
turn on
he sold
notifications
his
by
Tesla
clicking
and
the
then went
bell
out
so you
and
don't
bought
miss
a
out
gas-guzzling
on
truck.
my videos.
Now, it should be everybody's choice to drive what they want. I know what I choose. But what he chose was to put on full display that it was fake when he said he cared about the environment. Politically, that's got to play for the president and for Republicans.
It's very clear that the Democrat Party no longer stands for anything. They only stand against Donald Trump, even if it means contradicting themselves. As I said, they were always the greatest cheerleaders for electric vehicles, and now I guess they're okay with violence being taken against the greatest electric vehicle company in our country. If you look at the reason for DOGE and the work that Elon Musk is doing here at the White House to get rid of government waste, fraud, and abuse, which the vast majority of Americans support, Democrats also supported that. Roll the tape of President Obama, President Clinton, Hillary Clinton herself, and even the previous president, Joe Biden, who all talked at some point in their careers about reducing government waste. None of them actually did it, but President Trump and Elon Musk.
Yeah, good point. They talked about it. They didn't do anything about it. And now Trump's actually doing something, and people are upset about it. I don't get it. The majority of Americans wanted this to happen. That's why Trump won. I don't know what's so hard to understand.
Are, and this is what the Democrats are so upset about. This is something their party used to support before they were completely captivated by the far radical left. And it's why today the modern day Democrat Party is facing some of their lowest approval ratings in history, because they have no priorities or no agenda to actually help people.
True.
All they want to do is hurt Donald Trump.
All right, let's talk about those on the far left. Liberal late night comment.
The thing is, though, like, all these car dealerships, all these car companies, they didn't start making they didn't start making electric cars until Tesla started doing it, and Tesla started doing well. So, like, they laid the groundwork, and now everyone's like, oh, Teslas are selling crazy. Everyone loves Tesla. We're going to start making our own electric cars. So if Tesla hadn't have, like, stepped up and, like, paved the way, we wouldn't have, like, other electric cars from other people. Like, there were obviously electric cars before Tesla started making theirs, but they weren't near as good. The distance you could travel with them was like 1/4 of what you can do with Teslas. So, I think Elon did a lot to push electric cars to consumers, whether you like him or not. Like, he did a lot for the electric car industry.
Comedy shows apparently think all of this is funny enough to write bits around. Here's The Daily Show last night.
Tonight, the FBI and
Jim says Trump is going to renegotiate the interest on our national debt and decrease interest rates on home loans, credit cards, etc. Yeah, some people, like, there's a conspiracy theory that Trump is intentionally tanking the stock market so, like, interest rates will go down. So then when we renew our national debt loans, we'll get it at a lower interest rate. That's just a theory. I don't know if that's actually true. But yeah. The lower interest rate would be nice.
TF now investigating multiple cases of possible arson targeting Teslas and Cybertrucks.
This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more than a dozen instances of arson and vandalism.
Why are people
targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this month, shots fired at a Tesla
why is
dealership
the
in Oregon.
audience clapping?
Cybertrucks on fire in Seattle.
Wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh? Cool. Wow. Okay.
Well, you got the petty part right for that silly joke. Also this week, critics ripped Jimmy Kimmel for joking about the violence on his show as well. So this is fodder for people who don't have a vision for America to go forward opposite
Watch, learn,
the
repeat. How you doing? Watch,
Your
learn.
take.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, they are so their hatred
Well, he literally
for Donald
said that's
Trump
his plan,
fuels
and
everything
it's a
that
good
they
plan.
do, and it's the only reason.
I mean, if we have to, like, renew our interest rates on the debt, we got a lot of debt. If we have to do it, obviously we want to get a lower interest rate because those are going to get locked in for a while. So why wouldn't we want a low interest rate? Like, if you're buying something with a credit card, you want the credit card that has the lowest interest rate. If you're buying a house, you want to have a loan that has a very low interest rate. You want to lock that in. So, I mean, it makes sense. Trump's a businessman. He knows what he's doing. Biden didn't know what he was doing. Biden didn't even know who he was half the time. And Kamala, I think, was going to be worse than even Biden was. I honestly don't think Kamala even wanted to be president. Like, you could kind of tell she had that, like, deer in the headlights look. I saw her, like, sitting at one of these, like, big, round tables with, like, all the heads of state and everything, and they were talking, and she just looked like she was so overwhelmed, and she did not want to be there. So I feel like she probably sighed had a lot of relief, big sigh of relief when Trump won. She's like, oh, okay, I don't have to be president. I can just go do my own thing. I can write some books, make some money. I don't got to worry about this anymore. And she just faded into the ether. But yeah, I don't think Kamala wanted to be president.
And for the Democrat Party today.
Just my opinion.
And it's unfortunate for the American public and for Democrat voters who are looking to their party for real leadership. Well, they should become Republicans, because if you look at what President Trump and Elon Musk are doing, we're making this government more efficient. We are being more accountable to the American taxpayer. We are securing our southern border, producing law and order in this country, securing our homeland. These are basic common sense principles. The Democrat Party is the party of crazy. The Republican Party.
The party of crazy. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep it going. Let's get to 70 likes on this video.
Donald Trump is the party of common sense.
Well, as we talked about, Democrats are failing to denounce this kind of violence, at least in any real way. Here's the double standard. Again, you can't get away from that phrase, because this is what they said they believed in, protecting the environment, yet they blow stuff up that is meant not to use the fossil fuels they hate so much. Here it is, double standard, loud and clear.
This MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history.
They are threatening political violence, and they are attacking our democracy.
These Republicans and others are creating an environment of political violence. They are putting Americans at risk.
Democrats have never endorsed political violence, but he will go to a rally and he will endorse it. This is the equivalent.
Jim says, you ever notice how Trump's haters always go back to the same stupid statement, like Trump bankrupt some casinos? Yeah, he has like 500 businesses throughout the globe, and his companies make more than $500 million a year. Yeah, like anybody that runs a company, a lot of companies, they're going to have some that don't do well. You're going to take some risks that don't pay off. But he bounced back. Like, he went bankrupt on a couple of them. He bounced back. He didn't like completely like kill his business. Like, he's got a lot of businesses, and he bounced back. That's not easy to do. So nobody talks about, the 500 companies he has and businesses he has. They only talk about, the small handful of casinos that closed during a really hard time. A lot of businesses were closing. Trump wasn't the only business that closed, but he worked his way through it and bounced back. So he knows what he's doing. He's been doing it his whole life. Some people are also like, well, his dad gave him $1 million to buy real estate. Yeah, if somebody gave you $1 million, could you like quadruple that? No, half. If you won $1 million, half the people that win the lottery, they blow it all, and they end up being in debt. You can't just teach someone how to be a good real estate agent. You can't just teach someone how to make money with money. It takes skill. Like, if you gave me $1 million, I wouldn't be able to do what Trump did. It's stupid.
Equivalent of playing with a loaded gun and then it backfiring on you.
Your reaction, Caroline?
I heard the word extremism. What's extreme is the Democrat Party today, which is now applauding this
Democrats
political
have
violence
lost
and
their
domestic
way.
terrorism taking place across our country. What's extreme is the modern-day Democrat Party, who wants President Trump to turn around planes full of gangsters, rapists, murderers, and foreign terrorists to bring them back to American soil. What's extreme is the Democrat Party that wants to keep men in women's sports and bathrooms and locker rooms. And what's extreme is a Democrat Party who wants to continue to spend hundreds of billions of dollars
Nancy
a year
Pelosi
on
knows how to pick
useless government
stocks better than
agencies
even
that have done
the
nothing
professionals,
to advance
apparently.
America's interests. Again, I will reiterate, President Trump is standing up
Nancy
for
Pelosi's
common
got some
sense
insider
and
information,
basic and
possibly.
fundamental American values, and all of this empty rhetoric from the left will not stop this president from doing what's right for the American people.
I want to get to this next one. President
they just
Trump
get lucky
is
on the
making
stock
good on
market?
some key
Doubtful.
campaign promises this week, and later today, he's scheduled to sign an executive order to eliminate the Department of Education.
They do 80% better than actual stockbrokers.
To take all necessary steps to close that department and return power for education to the states. It's a move that will need congressional approval and will have to overcome a Democratic filibuster. The Nation's report card, just to remind us of how we got here, shows dismal results. Let's just take 4th and 8th grade students for an example. Nearly 2/3 of those students did not meet basic reading and math standards. Cue the
but
Democrat
we spend
outrage.
more money per student than any other country.
Education funds, and so your kids don't get a great education, and your school taxes will go up for that.
This is a fire alarm moment for parents and for children.
President Trump is
Insider
failing
trading,
America's children.
Possibly.
By making cuts to public education in this country.
Trump administration's efforts to eliminate the Department of Education are not only wrong, they are illegal.
Caroline, they're more upset with the president than they are with the fact that our 4th and 8th grade kids are not proficient in reading and math.
President Trump is not failing America's children. He is saving America's children with this action that he will take later today, directing Linda McMahon, our great Secretary of Education, to dismantle this federal bureaucracy that has.
You said Elon Musk gave President Trump $250 million to his campaign or whatever. That's actually not a lot. Like, compared to what these like pharmaceutical companies gave Biden and the Democratic Party. Like, that's nothing. That's like a drop in the bucket. Like, the first time around, Trump spent less money on his campaign than anyone. Hillary Clinton spent so much money, burned through that cash, and she lost. Trump, he would just go on news stations, get free publicity. People like to hear what Trump had to say. And he won. Under budget, ahead of schedule. How did that happen? Trump doesn't need the money. All Trump needs to do, Trump could literally go on somebody's podcast and get 1 million views, millions of views. He could get out a cell phone, take a little selfie video and post it on YouTube, and it would get more views than Democrats at their like rallies with like Beyonce and all that crap. They had to literally lie to their base and say Beyonce was going to be at the rally and performing, and then Beyonce just said something and then left. And all the people that went there and waited in line for hours to see Beyonce, they were pretty pissed off because all they got was Kamala. Yeah. So they basically had to lie to their own base to get people to even show up to her rallies. Trump didn't have to lie. Okay? Trump did not have to lie. Trump didn't need the money from Elon. Because America could see through the lies, see through the lawfare, and they knew what was going on. That's why Trump won by a landslide. Too big to fail.
Has
Too
taken
big to rig.
more than $3 trillion from the American
How you doing, Jim
taxpayer
H?
since its inception in 1979. And what have we had as a result of that investment in our children's education? Declining test scores in reading, writing, and math. Proficiency levels at record lows for 8th graders, for 4th graders, at every level in every state across this country. That's why the president is returning education back to the people, to those closest to our students in our classrooms, and that is teachers and educators.
Democrats spent nearly 3 times the money that, just to lose. Yep. Pretty much.
Parents who know what is best for their children, and we are.
And the thing is, Trump had to beat Biden, and then he had to beat Kamala. He had to beat 2 people. He had to run against 2 people, basically.
We're excited about this event that will be here later in the afternoon at the White House. We will have parents and educators and students and also governors from across the country who are excited to embrace this new responsibility of educating our nation's children. I will add one more point. The Department of Education has never educated a child. All it has ever done is stolen money from the tax.
Jim says, don't forget Trump had more of the black vote than any Republican has in 40 years. That's true. That's true. He had more minorities vote for him than any other Republican president, I'm pretty sure. Because we get it. We get it.
taxpayers for more regulation that has hurt our children's education, and it's about time a president does something about it.
We got 69 views on this video, guys.
Carolyn, just really quickly, what about the
and I will never stop
teachers
making that
unions?
joke.
Where does this leave them and the ability to cull the power that we know
Woody
was on display during the
Whittlestein.
pandemic when we were
How you doing,
home,
Woody?
teaching our own kids, all of us?
That's exactly right. And I think the American people saw that the teachers' unions, unfortunately, have not been standing up for America's students. And that's what's most important at the end of the day. And our great teachers deserve great guidance from, again, those closest to them in their states. And that's what President Trump is seeking to.
Trump also got more Hispanic votes than any other Republican in history. That's true. I'm Hispanic. I voted for him. People are like, you can't vote for Trump. Trump hates Hispanic people. He hates Mexicans. He hates everyone. I'm like, I'll vote for him 3 times. Just because people on the news say he's racist doesn't make it true. I watched the Trump rallies. I would see the little snippets that CNN and other news networks would take. They'd take little snippets of things he said. They'd take it out of context, and they'd be like, Trump said this. I'm like, no, he didn't. I watched the entire rally. I knew what he said, so I saw through it. A lot of people did. News networks, they think we're stupid. And they almost got away with it because, Elon Musk didn't own Twitter. But then Elon bought Twitter. And we learned what they were censoring and why they were censoring it. And now free speech is back. And it's really hard to lie to people when there's free speech going on, because we can kind of point out the bad stuff. So if Elon hadn't paid for Twitter and turned things around, we would probably be in a very different spot right now. So, Elon's really done a lot to help America get back on track.
To do.
Caroline Levitt, thank you.
Very fine
Appreciate
people,
your
hope.
time.
Exactly, man.
Good to see you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Hello, Emily Campagno. Emily Campagno.
All right, we welcome to...
Elon Musk exposes why Democrats don't want waste and fraud to be turned off. This is an interview with Elon Musk that came out, I guess, a couple days ago.
The show and a special interview with Mr. Elon Musk, who, of course, is famed Trump advisor, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, chair of X Corp. Elon, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Comedy is legal
I want to
again.
begin, but among other things, everyone's
Exactly.
attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced.
Yes.
Woody, what am I saying that is untrue? Dying in life, our schools have become indoctrination centers. Yeah, pretty much.
It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Also, Elon Musk just brought back the astronauts that were in space for 9 months. They were supposed to be there for like a week at most, and Biden left them up there for 9 months. Elon even said, hey, Biden, you want me to get those astronauts back? Biden's like, nah. But Trump got them back. So shout out to Elon Musk for getting those astronauts back to Earth, safe and sound, so they can be with their family. But you don't hear about that. They're like, no, Elon's a Nazi. Elon's a Nazi. Burn down Elon's company. Burn down the Teslas. No thank yous for getting the astronauts back. No thank yous. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston. Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Various nonviolent...
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
Shots fired, yes. Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
His Tesla stock is on sale.
But look on the right side.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always look on the bright side.
See, and the thing is, people are calling him a Nazi, and he still has a good attitude about it. You know, the stock on Tesla has been dropping, but he's still got a good attitude. He doesn't care. Because he's a patriot, and he's helping make America great again. And that's what I like to see. And for those of you people that don't like Elon, don't like Trump, we're still going to make America great again. It'll be okay. You'll get over it.
Alive?
Yes. I'm an optimist.
Yeah. But besides that,
yes. I mean,
how's your day?
What motivates you to do this?
Was the opera good?
It's tough sledding.
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here.
Do me a favor, guys. Smash that like button. Let's get 75 likes on this video.
Fraud in the government. When you're part of the government, you
Ultra
saw a lot of
MAGA
that.
Arizona.
There's been, if you look at these.
Also, guys, post in the chat what state you're from. I live in Idaho, so I'm from Idaho, originally from New Mexico. But I'm curious, where do you guys live? I've had people from Canada pop in, people from Dubai pop in, from India, from Australia.
General reports and the Government Accountability Office.
California, okay.
There have been many audits that have pointed out that there's a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. In fact, there was a report issued
Massachusetts.
by the
I like
GAO,
that.
the
I
Government
like
Accountability
that.
Office, last
Karina
year.
S.
During the Biden
Massachusetts,
administration,
Kentucky.
which
Cool.
estimated the federal government fraud to be $500 billion.
Toronto, Ontario. Okay.
So just because that's not a Trump administration thing, that's a Biden administration thing. So what we're trying to do is get that number down to a much smaller figure, save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think very few taxpayers would agree make sense. Transgender animal surgeries, or why are we spending money? Why are American tax dollars being spent on this? The president's gone through a long list of
Rucksack Chronicles says media not honest to the public, but to themselves. What makes a great news view? I mean, I think Fox is obviously every news network has their own narrative that they're trying to push. Fox does it, CNN does it, CSNBC does it, everybody does it. I like watching different like independent people as well. I kind of watch like everybody just to kind of get like a kind of like find the middle ground. And I also like to just watch like interviews where I'm seeing the person being interviewed talk without all like the little clips being like, this is what actually happened. I'm like, just play me the interview. Play me the whole interview. You don't have to explain to me what I just saw or what happened behind the scenes. Just play me the interview. Tell me what Elon said. Tell me what Trump said. Tell me what Hillary Clinton said. Just play me the interview and I'll decide for myself.
Of absurd things. Why are the 20 million people who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database?
A politician who is actually doing what he said he'd do, has it ever happened? Yes. Trump did it the first time around, and he's doing it the second time around. Ba-bam!
Why were hundreds of millions of dollars of Small Business Administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security? I mean, like, these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds,
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes.
Trump's been doing what he's promised. He said he was going to seal up the border, get control of the border. He's doing it. He said he's going to try to balance the budget. Elon's helping him do it. We're cutting wasteful spending. People aren't a fan of that, apparently. They want us to just waste money. We're trying to get the war in Ukraine ended. We're trying to get peace in the Middle East. We're trying to do these things. We're trying to get inflation down, prices down. We're trying to make America great again. It's happening, guys. It's not going to happen overnight, but I think Trump's done more in his first 50 days than Biden did in 4 years. And I don't know where Biden is. He's on the beach somewhere.
Said, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
Yes. So demystify this. How do you do it? Okay. How big is your team?
Yeah.
Where'd you recruit most of them from? And what is it that makes you choose?
These are good questions.
The Treasury or Social Security or USAID? How does it work? Let the public know.
55 likes, guys. Let's get 55 likes on this video.
Basically follow the money. We look at the president.
Also, real quick, shout out to everybody that has shared this video and told your friends about it. We have over 10,000 views on this video, guys. So thank you so much, and thank you for the likes.
Executive orders, and we also just follow the money. So
also, thank you for subscribing.
We started looking.
That's very important.
At USAID because
definitely
they
subscribe.
were completely violating the president's executive orders to suspend foreign aid, what's called foreign aid, but in our view is a lot of corruption.
I do know what Biden did. He let millions of people just walk into our country. And now we're suffering the consequences. He let the war in Ukraine happen. And now we got to clean it up. A lot happened.
So what we saw there is just a tremendous amount of money being sent to non-governmental organizations. But actually, this, by the way, is, I think, one of the biggest sources of fraud in the world.
He deported more than Trump did. Even if that were true, those people came back. So let's say some guy got deported 20 times. He came in the country, killed somebody, got deported. He came back in the country, killed somebody, got deported. Okay, so now he's killed 20 people. And that counts as like 10 deportations, but it's the same person. Trump deported one person. That person stays out. So yeah, Trump deported less people on paper. Biden deported more on paper, supposedly. But the people he deported were just the same people because they kept coming back in. So there you go.
The world is government-funded, non-governmental organizations. This is a gigantic fraud loophole where the government can give money to an NGO, and then there are no controls over that NGO. So they've given billions of dollars, in fact, we estimate tens of billions of dollars to NGOs that are essentially scams.
And Broken said it would be nice if all the news and stories being reported did so in a more transparent way. I think many would agree that clickbait titles are out of control and serve no real purpose. I mean, people do it to get the views, obviously. You don't click on a lot of the sad thing is, though, a lot of people, they don't read the article. They're just like scrolling on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and they just see like the title of the article and they just assume it's true, even if it's just a clickbait title. They don't like read the article. And a lot of the time they bury the lead in the article. So like it's this giant article and there's only like actually 2 sentences of actual important stuff. Who's got the time to read that? So they just like see an article and they just assume that actually happened when it's in reality, it's just clickbait. So I agree with you, man. I think it's stupid.
By the way,
I'm trying to put a stop to that, so.
I don't want to interrupt, but Secretary of State Rubio just come out, I think he tweeted today, he has accepted over 80% of your recommendations to shut down in USAID.
Right.
So your review and analysis was spot on.
Yes. So I think when people criticize, say, what DOGE is doing, we say, well, which part specifically? Because we put all of the actions of the DOGE team on the doge.gov website and on the DOGE handle on X. So we post the receipts. So it's like this action has been taken, this action has been taken. So when we get criticism, we say like, of what? Which line do you disagree with? Like which?
Yeah, Biden said a lot of questionable things in the past. The media doesn't like to report on them, but look it up. Look it up. And he's always like sniffing kids. I don't know what's up with that. It's kind of weird. But anyway.
Which cost saving do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
No.
So.
It's transparent line by line.
It's transparent line by line.
Which is quite remarkable.
Right. And so, and then with respect to the Treasury, for example, the 2 main recommendations we suggested, which have now been implemented, was that any payments going out of the Treasury, especially the Treasury's main payment computer, which is called PAM, things like a payments account manager or something like that, but it's like almost $5 trillion a year, so about $1 billion an hour. That the payments be coded with the congressional appropriation and that there be an explanation for the payment. Very basic stuff. And just doing that, we estimate will save $100 billion a year.
You're not really, let me see if I get this right.
$100 billion a year.
Particularly with Social Security. You're not really.
Also, from what I've heard, this was just an idea that was floated out. I doubt, there's a chance it could happen, I guess, but supposedly if DOGE saves like they're trying to save like $1 billion a year. If they actually do that, They want to take 20% of that and give it back to the American people, which would equate to $5,000 per person, supposedly. Will that ever happen? I doubt it. But let's say, hypothetically, it does happen, and we save $1 billion, and everybody in America gets a $5,000 check. Are the people who didn't vote for Trump, the people that just hate Trump, are they going to just take the $5,000 check, tear it up, and be like, we don't want it? Or are they going to go out and on a shopping spree? Because I know some liberals, some Democrats. I'm friends with them. I'm like, yo, if you guys get a $5,000 check in the mail from Elon Musk and Trump, since you guys just hate those dudes, if you get a $5,000 check, let me cash it for you. I'll put it to good use, okay? Yeah. I mean, will it happen? It might not happen, but I'm just saying, if it did, if you got a $5,000 check in the mail, would you just tear it up because, oh, you guys hate Elon and Trump? No, you'd probably spend it. Okay, let's be honest. You'd spend it. So if you get $5,000 in the mail, send it my way, okay? You can make a $5,000 donation to this channel. If you guys really hate Trump and Elon that bad, if it actually does happen, send it my way. I'll put it to good use, okay?
Changing policy.
No, yes.
You're auditing the fiscal mechanisms to make sure that, from point A gets to point B, and that's where it's supposed to get to. In some cases, it doesn't get there, or in some cases, it may go over there.
And obviously, that would be our money. That would be the money we already paid in taxes. But if we get that money back, I'm all for that. But if you guys don't want the wasteful spending cut, you can go send it to Iraq for that Sesame Street program that cost $20 million. Okay? You can go send it to that if you don't want the $5,000. If it happens. Will it happen? Maybe not. But if it does, let's see if you spend the money.
It's not a policy exercise. You're not changing laws. You're just doing what any business would do in a
I hope it happens. Will it happen? We'll see. We'll see.
I think we're really.
But I bet a lot of Democrats that hate Trump and Elon, they'd take the money.
And competence.
I think they would.
And
if they're honest with themselves, they'd take the money.
There's a massive amount of fraud of basically people submitting Social Security numbers for Social Security benefits, unemployment, Small Business Administration loans, and medical, where those are fake Social Security numbers, or they've stolen somebody else's Social Security number, and we're trying to put a stop to all of that. And that's the number which is estimated to be on the order of 10% of federal expenditures, which is, half a $1 trillion.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
Wait, Woody in chat says Trump got over 1 million Americans killed. How did he do that? Are you talking about during COVID, or how did he do that exactly? Jim says show Trump is far worse, even though illegal border crossings are down to a 50-year low and little girls aren't being sex trafficked across the border in huge numbers anymore. It's true. And we've also kind of helped the drugs stop pouring into the country. But apparently those are bad things to some people. I don't see how anybody could think that's a bad thing to stop those things from happening. I don't know. You said you think Trump's response was horrible? I'm pretty sure if Biden was president when that happened, yeah, it would have been a lot worse. It would have been a lot worse. Or they would have been like, nah, it's not real. Let's move on. But because Trump was president, they're like, lock it all down, lock it all down, lock it all down.
You're working with the agency heads. You're working with the cabinet secretary.
All things considered, I think Trump did a pretty good job during COVID.
Yesterday saying you were partnering with them.
Because fair? Nobody knew what was going on.
Yeah, what we do is in consultation with the cabinet secretaries and with their departments.
Then what we know now, it would have been different.
We're really trying to be we'll refer to ourselves as tech support.
Mm-hmm.
We're really helping the department get a handle on things, because what actually.
Metal Man says, hey, remember when Democrats protested against the travel bans during the start of COVID? Yeah. Trump banned a lot of countries. And people were like, you can't do that. That's not right. And it turns out it saved a lot of people. So, yeah. He also helped develop the vaccine that people got. You know?
What actually happens here is you've got this sort of vast federal bureaucracy, and then you've got a very thin layer on top of the politically appointed officials. And what tends to happen is that the bureaucracy, frankly, is in control. And they largely ignore the politically appointed people.
Why should the bureaucracy?
Man,
I'm sure you must have seen that.
I've lived with this.
Did you see, I saw a video of him the other day. He's like, if you get the vaccine, if you get the shot, you will not get COVID. Guaranteed. And then it like fast forwards. It's like, I got the shot 6 times and I've got COVID 3 times. Stupid.
Twice. I worked for Reagan many years ago, and I worked for Trump in the first term. It's like a permanent bureaucracy. I might add, it's a permanently liberal bureaucracy.
Yes, very much so.
And it doesn't. It's not a bureaucracy that necessarily enforces or implements presidential policy.
They don't. In fact, they try their best to thwart presidential policy. So the president is the elected representative of the people. And if the president cannot get things implemented as a reflection of the will of the people, then what we have is not a democracy, we have a bureaucracy. We have rule of the bureau, not rule of the people. And that's what we're trying to defeat here is the bureaucracy and have rule of the people. You know, as you mentioned, the bureaucracy is overwhelmingly Democrats. So Washington, D.C. was 92.5%, I believe, voted for Kamala. So this is overwhelmingly a deep blue situation.
How do you pick your next targeted agency or department?
Well, we're trying to act broadly across all departments, so it's not just one department at a time. But
are you in all of them now? All of them?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Oh.
We're trying to make the government more efficient across the board. So yeah.
How big's your team?
We're a little over 100 at this point.
100.
Get to 200.
You're going to get to 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're recruiting from where? More or less.
Basically, it's software people, information security software people, and finance. You know, it's basically, yeah, finance and technology. I mean, frankly, I can't believe I'm here doing this. It's kind of bizarre, but I kind of think that we've.
See, Elon Musk could be focusing on Tesla. I mean, he's like the CEO of numerous companies. He could be focusing on Tesla, SpaceX, getting to Mars. But he's taking time out of his day to help balance the budget with DOGE. And he's not getting paid for it. Like, he's juggling a lot right now, and he's not getting paid for it. And meanwhile, you got some people that are like, we're going to burn your companies to the ground. We're going to burn every Tesla we see. That doesn't sound good to me. You know, I don't know what certain people out there are thinking, but if you're vandalizing people's property, you need to go to jail. It doesn't matter if they're Republican, Democrat, liberal. If you're vandalizing, if you're breaking the law, you need to go to jail. Simple as that. If Republicans were doing this, they need to go to jail.
We've got this enormous federal budget deficit. And it's a $2 trillion deficit.
Does anybody agree with me in the chat? Anybody in the chat agree?
Our interest payments.
But I think Elon is doing a fantastic
Defense
job.
Department budget. That's I
Just
think
my
was
opinion.
the real wake-up call for me. Was looking at seeing that the interest payments on national debt exceeded the Defense Department budget, and that was only growing over time. Which meant if we didn't do something about this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement, and you know how to read a balance sheet. You've had some business experience. I'm kidding, but
yeah,
you know about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're.
I didn't like him a year ago. Yeah, I did. I liked Elon Musk as soon as I learned about him. Even back when he wasn't supporting Trump, I liked Elon Musk.
hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
You guys, we got 30 likes on this video. Let's keep it going.
Back,
Let's get to 70. Smash that like button. Also, we have almost 11,000 views on this video.
I'm just trying to make government more efficient.
I also like Elon.
Eliminate waste and fraud. And so far, we're making good progress, actually. So our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very significant.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
Yeah.
Of savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
And that stuff can be translated. I mean, we've been talking. We had Russell Vogt, the OMB director, on earlier.
So we're trying to get to $1 trillion saved this year.
And
trillion.
Authority.
It's a big number.
I believe you said earlier. It's an audit that will not gather dust on shelves. This is actually going to wind up with real savings, bend the spending baseline down.
Yeah. There have been many good audits, like I said, done by inspector generals and by Government Accountability Office, and they just haven't been implemented. Nothing's been done.
We're getting it done now, though.
You know,
we're getting it done now.
I think the GAO identified that there were 17 million dead people in the Social Security database several years ago. It's now 20 million, but nobody did anything about it. I mean, I think you can sort of look at this as a complaint minimization optimization. So basically, if the government sends money out.
If you're just popping in, guys, we're watching the Elon Musk interview that he did about waste and fraud and about how he's doing things with DOGE to cut spending on programs and stuff we don't need, and how he's trying to get to $1 trillion saved this year. Will it actually happen? We don't know. We don't know. But yeah, that's kind of what this interview is about. So we're just kind of chatting about it, talking about it. I'm reading you guys' comments. So if you are brand new, just popping in, drop those comments down below. That Opal guy, how you doing, that Opal guy? Opal guy in chat.
Whether it's wasteful or fraudulent, nobody complains if they receive money, but they do complain if they
I will
don't
be turning
receive
on
money.
subscriber mode here in a bit. So if you're not a subscriber yet, smash that subscribe button so you'll be able to leave a comment in the chat. It just helps slow the chat down a little bit. Because it's kind of hard to see when it's moving too quick. But if you are a subscriber, you get the perk of being able to chat during subscriber mode. So consider smashing that subscribe button and tell your friends about the channel.
That's what I'm here for, and we're making
all lives maga.
Yes, so, you're going to go in.
How you doing, Paul?
Yeah, I think so.
Final report middle of next year.
Well, we're just getting things done as opposed to writing.
Supposedly, according to Elon, we're saving like $4 billion. Well, he said $4 billion a day. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe he meant million. I don't know.
A report, like I say, reports don't mean anything. You got to actually take action.
Yes.
So the waste report in entitlement spending, which is which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. So that's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation, because they're losing. If we turn off this gigantic.
Okay, wait. Let me look this up real quick. DOGE.gov/savings. Let's go to their website. Department of Government Efficiency website. Estimated savings, $115 billion. Combination of assets, contracts, lease cancellations, and renegotiations, fraud and improper payment, deletion. Amount saved per taxpayer. Supposedly they've saved us $714 per taxpayer. Different leaderboards. Show all agencies. Oh, most savings. So I guess we've saved the most in the Department of Energy. No, wait, how does this go? Yeah, let's go to most savings. So the General Service Administration is number 1. Department of Education is number 2. It kind of breaks it down here. And then it kind of breaks it down even more here. Real estate, grants, money we've saved on grants, real estate. So it breaks it down a little bit on there. It shows the workforce, regulations, payments. Where does the payments option go to? All payouts. So it's like line by line here of how much we were paying on certain things, I guess. And you can search by all this stuff. So yeah, I'll post this in the chat if you guys want to check it out for yourself.
Big money magnet.
Get back to the interview.
Illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they'll lose voters.
But you have president's support. He said so again yesterday.
I'll post that in the chat if you guys want to check it out.
Yeah. Well, thanks. But that's super. Without the president's support, we
post it in the
couldn't
chat.
Make any progress here. Yeah, I mean, where you'll see the biggest outcry is from the Democrats who are.
And we're switching to subscriber mode. So if you are a subscriber, you can leave a comment. If you want to leave a comment, if you're not a subscriber, obviously smash that subscribe button. One of the perks of being a subscriber. So that is being turned on.
And I mean, you see some of the crazy stuff like
where there we go.
Money from FEMA, which is meant. FEMA is an agency that's meant to take care of Americans in distress. And a bunch of their money was being sent to pay for luxury hotels in New York for illegal immigrants. And that was happening even after the president was elected, even after he signed an executive order saying that needs to stop. So we actually made sure that money
Putin is a better president?
Because obviously it's outrageous that American taxpayer money is
Biden
spent
is a better
on
president.
luxury hotels for illegals. But you have to say, like, why was that being done? It was because the Democrats are trying to import voters, basically.
Yes.
That's not good.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's also why there's no voter ID needed. In fact, in California and New York State, you're not allowed to show voter ID.
Drop those comments, guys, and smash that like button.
Yeah.
I'd say that as a New Yorker.
Also, subscribe.
And it violates the entire Constitution and the principles behind it.
Yes.
Producers are yelling at me to get out. I don't want to end this interview because it's too much fun.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you one thing? 20 seconds. Nothing to do with DOGE. Can you rescue the astronauts?
Yes, we're bringing them back in a few weeks.
There's not near enough attention being paid.
And we got the astronauts back, ladies and gentlemen. We got the astronauts back. So, yeah, thanks to SpaceX and Elon Musk, we got him back. We got him home. What else we got? Kash Patel? What is Kash Patel saying?
Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. It's been
The Department of his audio's
really
kind of
one of the most
there we
special
go.
rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of
You should
justice
show your
to
ID when you
American
vote as well. I
people
agree.
With a complete and total annihilation
Show
of
ID and go
weaponization
back
of
to paper
justice
ballots.
and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General and General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community.
I like Kash Patel.
Whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Patty's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia or across the river in Virginia.
Holy crap. Yes, wow.
Which was worse, the mess you found at Twitter or the mess you found in the federal government?
Well, it's hard to compete with the federal government.
Another
It is
Elon
worse than I
Musk interview.
expected, but on the plus side, that means there's more opportunity for improvement. So if you look on the bright side, there's actually a lot of opportunity for improvement in federal government expenditures because it's so bad. If it was a well-run ship, it would be very difficult to improve. So now it's like, if people say, well, how do you figure out how to save money in the federal government? Well, it's like being in a room where the walls, the roof, and the floor are all targets. So you shoot in any direction,
and you're
you
going to
can't
win.
miss.
Wow.
Again, I'm sure you would agree.
So a lot of folks have talked about like you can't miss.
You can't miss.
Can't miss. Yeah, just go any direction.
Things like $2 million for sex change surgeries in Guatemala.
An essential.
Tell us about.
Oh, yeah, let's look back at the poll, guys. We got 130 votes. I asked the question, is Fox News honest? 42% say yes, and 58% say no. So it's a little bit more balanced than it was with CNN, but majority of you still think Fox isn't that honest. So let's end that poll. What else should I ask in the chat, guys? What question should I ask the community? Let me know.
About computer licenses and government agencies.
Yeah. So most of what DOGE is finding, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes. Okay, it's very obvious, basic stuff. Every government department, I say every because we've not yet found a single exception. There are far too many software.
Dwight Digital says, I wonder how much we could lower the amount of waste we produce if companies were required to produce products that lasted. I like that, man. I like that. Make stuff that doesn't break so easy. I can get behind that 100%. 100%.
Licenses and media subscriptions, meaning many more software licenses and media subscriptions than there are humans in the department. We found entire situations of software licenses or media subscriptions where there were 0 logins.
Wow.
So it had
and yet we were paying for it.
Yes, so the government was paying for thousands of licenses of software or media subscriptions.
Cut the spending.
And no
Cut
one
it all.
ever logged in.
Cut
even
all that
once.
spending.
We found that there are twice as many credit cards as there are humans.
Could that just
and I still don't have a good
Yeah, I
explanation.
mean,
for
I'm
why
willing
this
to
is
pay
the
more
case.
for stuff
And
if
these
it
are
lasts,
$10,000 limit cards.
you know,
So it's a lot of money.
a long
Look, I
time,
think
like
it's
a real long
mostly-
time.
If you say, look, what's the waste to fraud ratio?
Quality over quantity.
In my opinion, it's like 80% waste, 20% fraud. But you do have these sort of gray areas.
Yeah.
Oh, draw it digital.
Example would be, so
I thought it was Dwight.
We saw a lot of payments going out of Treasury.
Let's draw
that
digital.
had
Nice.
No,
Are you an artist,
payment
man?
code and no explanation for the payment. And then
In Broken, are you an artist?
We're trying to figure out what that payment is, and we'd see that, okay, that contract was supposed to be shut off, but someone forgot to shut off that contract. And so
Also,
the
again,
company
shout
kept
out
getting
to
money.
all the people last night that made donations.
Now, is that waste or fraud?
Thank you
aren't
again
supposed to get it,
for
but
those people who
but
made those
the
donations. We
government
had
sent
like
it to you, and nobody from the government
$288
asked for
worth
it
of
back.
donations.
So,
Obviously,
for example,
YouTube takes a cut of that. I think it's like 30 to 40% that
Stacey
YouTube just
Abrams,
takes off the top.
A fake NGO.
Utter insanity.
So that kind of sucks,
Allegedly,
but
it
still,
was for like,
that is a lot. So thank you again, guys, for the donations last night, all the super chats,
like 100 appliances
and
so
the people
far
that hit the
for $2
join button.
billion.
I appreciate it.
It's a very expensive toaster oven. Right. This is just obviously one
John
of the biggest
Wick
scams.
says, like the name, by the way, John. John Wick says, we need better food quality in America. I agree. Also, John Wick movies. Good movies. Any Keanu Reeves fans out there? Good movies. I'm excited for the new one coming out. It's called Ballerina. It has like Keanu Reeves in it probably at the very end. But it looks decent.
Fraud holes we've uncovered, which is really
Thank
crazy.
you, John Wick, for the comment, man. And I agree. Better food quality,
the government
for sure.
should give money to a so-called nonprofit with very few controls, and then
Take out all the
no
food
audit
dyes.
subsequently of that nonprofit. So there's no. So this is where with the 1.9 billion to Stacey Abrams, they then give themselves extremely lavish, like insane salaries, expense everything.
Like Spike, guys, smash that like button. And if you like the video, hit that subscribe button.
And all sorts of things. And this is happening at scale. It's not just one or two. We're seeing this everywhere. You may think that the government
Also, John Wick,
computers,
thank you for subscribing, man.
all talk to each other. They
I
synchronize.
forgot that I had subscriber
they
mode
add
turned
up
on, so
what
everybody
funds
that's
are going
commenting right
somewhere,
now is a
and
subscriber. So shout out to everybody in the comments.
It's coherent.
Thank you for subscribing.
There's and that the numbers, for example, that you're presented as a senator, are actually the real numbers.
Corn syrup needs to go away as well. Yes, I agree. Get rid of the high fructose corn syrup. That stuff is in everything. That is crazy.
One would think. They're not.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they're not totally wrong, but they're probably off by 5% or 10% in some cases. So I call a magic money computer any computer which can just make money out of thin air.
I actually just bought a rice cooker I work at a thrift store, and I got one used, but it was like brand new still in the shrink wrap. Got it for like $12. Never used one before. Made some rice tonight. It was decent. It's not bad. It's pretty easy. I probably need to clean that up. It's still in my kitchen. But I made some rice and veggies. Not bad. I need to get some cheese though to put some cheese on top. Relatively healthy meal, I think. I mean, just rice, some salt, a little bit of butter, and then some vegetables. Pretty
That's magic
easy.
money. It just issues payments. They're mostly a treasury. Some are, but there's some at HHS.
I think I cooked it a little bit
at-
too long though
there's
because
one
it
at
was a little
Fiscal
dry. But I don't think
there's
I put
some
enough
at
water in it.
DOGE. I think we found now 14 magic money computers. Where
14, okay.
They just send money out of nothing. Well, the government is run by computers. So you've got essentially several hundred computers that effectively run the government. So when somebody, like even when the president issues an executive order, that's got to go through a whole bunch of people until ultimately it is implemented at a computer somewhere. And if you want to know what the situation is with the accounting and you're trying to reconcile accounting and get rid of waste and fraud, you must be able to analyze the computer databases. Otherwise, you can't figure it out. Because all you're doing is asking a human who will then ask another human, and finally usually ask some contractor who will ask another contractor to do a query on the computer.
Wow.
That's how it actually works. So it's many layers deep. So the only way to reconcile the databases and get rid of waste and fraud is to actually look at the computers and see what's going on.
Interesting.
That's what I call. That's what when I sort of crypto.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 cups water for every 1 cup rice, basically.
Referred to reprogramming the matrix. You have to understand what's going on at the computers. You have to reconcile the computer databases in order to identify the waste and fraud. I mean, in order for money to go to a bank
Elon
account,
Musk knows what he's talking
It's not like
about.
we're sending truckloads
He's
of
a computer
cash all over
guy.
the
He
place.
knows what he's talking about.
We're wiring money.
Right.
We're sending money through the ACH system or through the SWIFT system. So in order for money to flow, it's going to flow electronically. So that's what you need to look at.
He knows
when you
his
look at
stuff.
The actual electronic money flows. If it was a public company, it would be delisted immediately. It would fail its audit, and the officers of the company would be imprisoned. That's the level of.
I like the little headline there. If any company kept its books the way the government does, the officers would be arrested. I mean, he's probably right.
80% incompetence and 20% malice. Reasonably confident that we'll be able to get $1 trillion of waste and fraud out, and that meaning that it will have we'll have a net savings in FY26, which starts in October, obviously, of $1 trillion.
Dang, I just
provided
guys,
we're allowed
real
to
quick.
continue and
I just checked the subscriber count. We started this live stream at 6,214 subscribers. So 2,216. And now we're at, no, not 2,000. Oh my God. Okay. We started at 6,212. We are now currently at 6,268. So a lot of you have actually hit that subscribe button. I appreciate that. And last night, we were like at 6,100, and now we're at 6,268. So you guys are like subscribing. You're telling your friends. I appreciate it. So I just shout out to you guys. I just want to say shout out again.
and our progress.
You guys
is not
rock.
impeded. And we're very public about what we do, how we could be more transparent. Literally every action we do, small or large.
Lisa says, if they have a cure for diabetes, we should be told about it, and Big Pharma should let it. In my honest opinion, I feel like they have a cure for a lot of stuff. The pharmaceutical companies just don't want to release the cure because then people are going to stop buying their product and they're going to lose money. So a lot of this stuff, I feel like it already has a cure. And some of it could just be like a change in diet or more exercise or taking certain chemicals out of food that's causing all this stuff in the first place. But I feel like there's probably like cures for a lot of it. But companies are like, well, if we just release the cure for cancer, we're going to not make all this money. Or, I mean, stuff is corrupt, guys. There's a lot of corruption out there. I'm not saying I know all this for sure. I'm not an expert. I'm just saying there's probably some cures out there that people are just sweeping under the rug because they're trying to make some cheddar. And if they just solve things, they're not going to make that money. You know, there's a lot of corrupt people out there that are just in it for the monies. Unfortunately, that's just how it is.
DOGE.gov website, and we post on the X.
LB Thing says, good night, all. It's been fun. I'll come back to educate you next time. Well, thank you, LB, for chatting with us and popping in. I look forward to hearing from you next time. Have a good night.
And when people complain about it, and they say, "Oh, you're doing something unconstitutional," I'm like, "Well, which of these costs?"
You're right,
Everyone knows exactly what you're doing.
You're right, man. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's been this transparent ever. I could go to a party in Hollywood and not get dirty looks.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah.
And
now you might not even get invited.
I think it's
Still get invited, but I don't
You
know
heard
if
that
I
there's
can go.
5 different cures for cancer?
Why do they hate you?
Supposedly, Putin came up with the cure for cancer, and he's giving it away for free in Russia. I don't know if that's actually true. I don't know if that's true.
So much.
Who knows?
Well, because we're clearly over the target. If DOGE was ineffective, if we were not actually getting rid of a bunch of waste and fraud, and a bunch of that fraud, I mean, the fraud we're seeing is
Damn, we got 40 likes now, guys.
overwhelmingly
Thank
on
you
the-
for subscribing, and
on
thank
the
you
left.
for liking the video.
I mean, it's not 0 on the right.
If you have any friends that you think would enjoy my channel, also tell them about it. The more, the merrier. We want to become the biggest live stream. We're making live streams great again, boys.
But these NGOs
We're
are
making it great
all
again, boys.
left-wing NGOs that are being funded.
Because I actually read people's comments.
So
I see all these streamers, and they're just looking at the screen. They don't, like, interact with their community at all. I'm like, bro, what are you guys doing? Like, they wouldn't... Like, the majority of the streamers out there, they're doing it full-time. Like, we're talking big streamers. They don't read comments. They don't interact with their fan base at all. I like reading comments. That's why I do this. I like reading your guys' comments, getting feedback. This is primarily a gaming channel, but I also do political stuff like this too. So you will see video games on this channel. Just a heads up. It's called Keep Calm and Game On for a reason. So there is going to be video game stuff on the channel. So if you see me playing like Fortnite or something, don't be surprised. I'm just saying. Just a heads up.
Rid of a lot of.
But yeah, I like interacting
with
with my community.
That people on the left were taking advantage of. That's what it comes down to. And the single biggest thing that they're worried about is.
I guess that's one thing that makes me different than some streamers out there. I actually like to read comments from people.
Fraudulent payments of entitlements,
even negative
I mean,
ones.
everything from Social Security, Medicare, unemployment, disability, Small Business Administration.
Anita says, get rid of the GMO, restore the land, natural order. We just might see healthy people moving about. Our nation chose capitalism to make money while our pockets are changed. Well, our pockets are charged carriers. I also read that one of the diagnosed with cancer actually dies from cancer. That's the cause of death is usually due to complications of the treatment of radiation and other poisoning. Yeah. And there's like a lot of different forms of cancer,
Turn them off
obviously.
to illegals. This is
full disclosure and disclaimer, I am not a doctor. If that wasn't obvious, I'm not a doctor, so don't take medical advice from me, or anybody in the chat. Okay? Do your own research, because I didn't go to school for that. Okay.
Is the crux of the matter.
So I'm just throwing that out.
This is the thing that.
So don't sue me. Okay.
Across the country,
like some guy on YouTube told me this was true.
Billion,
guys,
maybe
okay.
200 billion.
I'm not a doctor. Do your own research.
So
talk to the experts.
By using.
I'm just a guy with a
entitlements
webcam
forward,
and a microphone.
The Democrats have been able to attract and retain vast numbers of illegal immigrants and buy voters. Exactly. They basically bring in, 10, 20 million people who are beholden to the Democrats for government handouts and will vote overwhelmingly Democrat, as has been demonstrated in California. And it doesn't take much to turn this.
So Elon's talking about the border and how he thinks it's the Democrats' plan to just like bring everybody in, make it legal for them to vote. And then obviously, if like you came in during that administration, you're going to vote for that administration. So if they just let a bunch of people in and now they can vote and they list themselves as a Democrat, we're never going to have a Republican president ever. If you're just letting people in and then making them able to vote, you know. So it's yeah, that's what Elon's talking about right now.
Swing states blue. I mean, often a swing state might be won by 10, 20,000 votes.
Sure.
So if the Dems can bring in 200,000 illegals and over time get them legalized, not counting any cheating. That
I think Bobby Kennedy's doing a good job.
But even without cheating, if you bring in illegals that are 10x the
I think he's the
voter
perfect guy for the
differential
job.
in a swing state, it will no longer be a swing state.
Right.
And the Dems will win all the swing states, just a matter of time, and America will be permanent, deep blue socialist state. The House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court will all go hardcore Dem. They will then further cement that by bringing in even more aliens, so you can't vote your way out of it.
Their objective is to make it
one-party socialist state. And it'll be much worse than California, because at least California is mitigated by the fact that someone can leave California.
Right, you can go to Texas.
Yeah, exactly. The COVID actions.
Quick question. Does anybody in chat live in California? And if so, like, how is the crime over there? Is it pretty bad? I've never been to California. I don't really want to go to California because I've heard the crime is kind of crazy. A lot of drugs and stuff. A lot of homeless, like a big homelessness problem. Heard it's a beautiful state. But yeah, I've heard like drugs are a lot of drugs, a lot of homelessness, a lot of crime. I don't think the governor is doing a very good job. What's his name? Newsom, Gavin Newsom. I don't know how he keeps getting reelected, but I think he's going to try to run for president at some point. He's a smooth talking guy. He's good with words, but that's about it. He talks a lot, doesn't really do a lot.
Almost killed.
Just
Tesla.
my opinion.
Because
he also has a podcast now. Gavin Newsom has a podcast. If you guys want to watch it,
which was in California, was not allowed to open.
Wow.
So they almost killed Tesla. I mean,
that's crazy.
How many great movies have come out in the last several years? The last Oscars came and went. I didn't even watch it. There's nothing to see. It's not in my imagination. You can just look on social media.
Yeah.
And they've got signs. There are people with signs and demonstrations saying that I need to die. At least some of it is organized and paid for, I think, by domestic,
Oh, it's you're a truck driver. That's cool. I thought about doing that for a while. Because I started playing a game called Truck Driver Simulator, and it was like super fun. I'm like, I could do this for a living. And so I got like the book from the DMV of like the what you need to know to like drive a truck, like to get your I forget what kind of license it's called, but that book was like this thick. I'm like, bro. And I don't really like driving, really. Even in my car, I don't like driving a car. So I'm like, I'm going to be driving this giant truck through the state, through different states on like the freeway and crap. I'm like, bro, it would just give me anxiety. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I won't be a truck driver. Maybe I'll just play and pretend to be a truck driver in video games. But respect, man, mad respect, because without truck drivers, like America would not function. Like food would not get the stores without truck drivers. So shout out, man. We appreciate it. Stopped going to California after I got a ticket for idling during COVID restrictions. That's crazy. But that's cool, man.
Basically, left-wing organizations in America, funded by left-wing billionaires, essentially. Arabella, the classic. It's funded by the blue, basically the left-wing NGO cabal. Well, I do have this theory that the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. So, yeah, it seems often to be true. You say, like, what twist or turn of fate would generate the highest ratings? If we were a TV show, what twist or turn of fate would generate the highest ratings? There's a good chance that happens. It's not coming from a whole bunch of from a groundswell of public support, because when individual donors are looked at and act blue,
I've also heard that that like rent price, well, everything is expensive, but in California, like it's real expensive.
Them turn out to be like diehard Republicans, right? People that have never given money in their life. So you're going to track down a bunch of these people where it says, "Oh, I gave $16,000," and they're like,
also, guys, if you want to leave a comment, just hit the subscribe button, and then you will be able to leave a comment.
If I found themselves on the ActBlue list,
So if you got something to say, smash that like button.
10 years is a long
subscribe,
time.
and then post a comment so I know you subscribed,
In 10
and I
years,
can give you a shout out.
AI could do anything better than a human can, cognitively. Probably almost, I think in 10 years, based on the current rate of improvement, AI will be smarter than the smartest human. There will also be a massive number of robots.
Bro.
So humanoid.
$3,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment in California? That is crazy. In Idaho, you can get like a 2-bedroom apartment for like $1,500. Maybe like $1,800 to $1,900 for like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. That's crazy. $3,000 for a 1-bedroom. Whoa. Dang.
Robots. It's not meant to look like any prior robot. We'll iterate the design. You'll be able to have a lot of the robot parts are cosmetic. You'll be able to switch out the kind of snap-on cosmetic parts of the robot, make it look like something else if you'd like. So there will be ultimately billions of humanoid robots. All cars will be self-driving.
There's going to be Tesla bots. The cars are going to be self-driving.
90% of
the future's going to be crazy, bro.
Autonomous. In 5 years, probably 50% of all
you just hop in a car and nobody's driving it. I mean, even now the Teslas can drive themselves.
It's close to free.
That's crazy.
It's not as though people will be wanting in terms of goods and services. Well, you'll have, I don't know, call it tens of billions of robots. Turn
the living room into a bedroom. Yeah, I had my siblings living with me for a while, and I ended up living in the garage. I put up a tent in my garage, and I put a sleeping bag in there. So I was like in the garage, super cold in the winter, super hot in the summer, because all my bedrooms were taken up by my roommates. By my siblings. But yeah, gotta do what you gotta do.
Or provide any service you want for basically next to nothing. It's not that people will have a lower standard of living. They'll have actually a much higher standard of living. The challenge will be,
excuse me,
fulfillment. How do you derive fulfillment and meaning in life?
Is Skynet real?
20% likely, maybe 10%.
On what time frame?
5 to 10 years. But I mean, you could look at it like the glass is 80 to 90% full, meaning like 80% likely will have extreme prosperity for all. For the next few years, I think America is likely to win. Then it will be a function of who controls the AI chip fabrication.
AI chips are going to be big.
The AI chips, who controls them?
AI, man.
If they are controlled,
AI's making things crazy. If more of them are controlled
by China, then China will win. Well, right now, almost all the advanced AI chip factories, they call them fabs, are in Taiwan.
And what if China invades Taiwan?
69 miles away from. Well, if they were to invade in the near term, the world would be cut off from advanced AI chips.
Because they make a lot of those chips in Taiwan, but now like one of the biggest companies that makes those chips is also building like a factory here in, I think it's Arizona. So we're going to start making those chips here. So even if China did happen to like cause trouble with Taiwan, we wouldn't be like completely out of luck because we're going to be making them here in America now. So that's a good thing. Because that's going to bring jobs, going to help the economy, and it's going to help with security. Because if somebody takes over Taiwan and they're not able to make chips there, we got a backup plan now because we're also making them in America. So that's good. That wasn't happening during Biden. So that's one good thing that Trump has been doing. Obviously, the factory is not made yet, but it's in the works, and the company that's doing it is going to invest like literally billions of dollars to make them here in America. But yeah, I've never been to California.
And currently 100% of advanced AI chips are made in Taiwan. It's essential for national security, and we're not doing enough. In the distant future, 100 or 1,000 years ago, if SpaceX got humans
Again,
to Mars,
guys, I know I say this a lot, but smash that like
for.
button if you haven't already.
Larry
Let's get to
Ellison's very
60
smart.
likes on this video.
So I'll say
And
Larry
we're on our
Ellison's
way to
one of the smartest people.
how many subscribers? We're on our way to
Larry
7,000
Page.
subscribers, guys. We
I
have
mean, there are a lot of people that are very smart. It's hard to say, like,
6,272 so far.
I think to some degree smart is.
I think we gained like 10 subscribers just since I've last looked.
What if they?
We're heading to 7,000. 10K is the big goal.
And significant.
I never thought I'd get to 100. And we're already like past 6K.
Jeff Bezos has done a lot
You
of
guys are
difficult,
crazy.
significant things.
You guys are crazies.
I mean, there are a lot of smart humans. I call them smart for a human. A lot of people who are in the smart for a human category. The first movie I saw in the theater was Star Wars, so I think it had a profound effect on me. I was 6 years old, I think. Imagine if the first movie you ever see in a theater is Star Wars. It's going to blow your mind.
Best Star Wars movie?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the first movie you've ever seen in a theater? Elon said it was Star Wars. I can't remember what the first movie I ever saw in a theater was. I actually don't know. Probably some like Disney movie or something. But yeah, I'm not sure what my first movie theater experience was. I can't remember that far back. I don't know.
Empire Strikes Back.
Kirk or Picard?
I like them both, but Kirk. I mean, the first Star Trek movie, maybe? Wrath of Khan.
Do you guys have a favorite movie, though? I like the Lord of the Rings movies.
Pretty good. But yeah, the original Wrath of Khan. It seemed like he shot second.
Post your favorite movie
the alien missed his blaster
in the
shot.
comment section.
So why did he miss his blaster shot?
I'm always
Must
looking
have
for
been
good
because
movies.
He got shot first. Nobody's missing a point-blank blaster shot unless they got knocked off kill. He would have had to have shot first because otherwise why would the alien miss a point-blank range? Yeah, I'd like to go to Mars at some point. And people have said, do I want to die on Mars?
Idiocracy is your favorite?
And I say, yes, just not on impact.
I think I've seen that once.
Some of them are. Yeah, I mean, there's been some debate about this online, but the thing is that it was a very high-level decision. So it wasn't really even a NASA decision. Yeah. It was just that the Biden White House did not want to have someone who was pro-Trump rescuing astronauts right
So see,
before
we
the
could have got
election.
those astronauts
If they're
back, but
a Democrat, yes.
Biden's like,
no. Everything's fine.
Fair enough.
So I think one of them is a Republican, one is a Democrat. So it depends on which one you ask. It's essential for the future of civilization. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yes.
It's not like I want to get death threats, you know.
If you appreciated this video, make sure to like and subscribe because I bring the latest news about.
Anita says America needs to exercise their body and minds. Labor is required. True. Very true. Exercise is not a bad thing. What else we got here? 2 days ago on Fox Business. What's the title of this video? Doesn't change anything. Kevin O'Leary makes a prediction over DOGE.
What he should do, he should really look at where the money went. They don't ever want to do that because when you see where the money went and the scams, you don't even have to see anything. Just look at the heading and the scam that they've created. And a judge like him will never look at that.
The judges strike again. A district court blocking DOGE's shutdown of USAID.
$400
Just for starters. Take a look at everything held
cheap.
up. Just yesterday, stopping the EPA from rescinding $20 billion in climate grants, denying an order excluding transgenders from the military, and they want to keep migrant criminals in America.
He actually said.
Also, real quick, guys, we just passed 3,000. No, not 3,000. 13,000. We just passed 13,000 views on this video, guys. That's crazy. Tangy B. Mine was the Blues Brothers. I haven't seen that one. I think I saw a DVD of that coming the other day because I work at a thrift store, so I see like a lot of DVDs. I think I saw the case for that maybe a couple weeks back, but I've never seen the actual movie.
We shouldn't be able to.
Thank you for subscribing, by the way.
Criminals,
Tangy
killers, murderers, horrible.
Or is it
the worst
Tang?
people, gang members,
Tangy?
gang leaders.
Tangy?
That we shouldn't be allowed to take them
Thank
out
you,
of our
Tangy.
country. Well, that's a presidential job. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination. I think at a certain point, you have to start looking at what do you do when you have
also,
a
Anita,
rogue
thank you for
judge.
subscribing. Tangy. Okay,
all right,
Tangy.
so we knew we were going to get big legal battles with all this, Jackie, but I feel like these injunctions you're seeing, right, temporary or nationwide or whatever that, it feels like it's just run amok at this point. Do you
It's
agree?
run amok.
Yes and no.
Stop the
We
wasteful
did expect
spending.
it, and I think this is
Stop-
part of the
stop the
legal
wasteful
system
spending.
as it plays out. So the first thing President Trump did in the case of the district judge who said basically that.
Real quick, did you guys hear about Conor McGregor? I guess he's running for president of Ireland. Can you imagine Conor McGregor as the president of some place? He's an interesting character, I will say that. Good fighter. Would he be a good president? I don't know. I don't know.
U.S. aid needs to be reinstated right now.
Jim
He
Belushi.
said we're going to appeal, and they are going to appeal. That
Jim
U.S.
Belushi's a funny
district
guy.
judge basically said that
I know
there
he
were
passed
a couple
away,
of
but yeah, he was a funny guy.
constitutional violations with the way Musk and DOGE were shutting that agency down, and that basically they would have to reinstate everything right now. And that's what a temporary injunction is. It sort of is able to block harm in the interim while you get to the main decision, whatever that ends up being. And so I think this is par for the course. I think the administration fully expected this. You've got to start somewhere.
So I asked in the chat, guys, what your favorite movie is. John Wick in the chat says Hunger Games, Harry Potter, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Star Trek. Nice. I need to rewatch the Hunger Games. Also, do you guys think the new Snow White that's coming out in a few days, you think that's going to be any good? I've heard really interesting things about it. It's had like tons of reshoots. It has to like make $500 million. No, $500 million. It has to make like $500 million just to break even. It's, yeah, I don't think it's going to be great. I'm going to see it anyway because I like watching movies that are like not good. But yeah, it should be interesting.
By putting your foot down and saying, okay, here's what we're going to do, and then let the process
My favorite actor?
play out. I'm not concerned about this at all. If you think
I don't know
about
if I have a
President Trump
favorite
and how
actor.
the Department of Justice attacked him, and he
Hugh
basically
Jackman's,
appealed
pretty cool.
everything.
The
He
guy who
followed
plays
the legal
Wolverine.
procedure.
He's a pretty good actor.
He proved them all to be wrong, basically, at the end of the day. And so ultimately, I think we'll find this as well.
Chris Evans is good. Guy who plays Captain America.
So Taylor,
Chris Hemsworth is
it
good.
sounds like what Jackie's saying is a lot of this is going to run its way up to the Supreme Court. And there you're going to start getting
Yeah, I'm
down
sure
to
it's coming to
brass
Disney
tacks
Plus.
Because, as the non-lawyer, okay,
I like
to
seeing
me, it
stuff on
looks
the
like
big
a
screen,
question
though.
of who gets to make policy in America constitutionally?
Robin Williams.
Is it Congress
Phenomenal
and
actor.
the executive? Or is it the judicial branch? And I would just
Keanu
argue,
Reeves.
I don't think
Yeah.
the Constitution gives the judicial branch any scope for policy making.
Well, what I can't figure out, and everyone on the panel, feel free to jump in if I'm off here. I didn't hear a peep from judges when we were spending billions on U.S. aid, when we were spending billions
True.
of waste, fraud,
True.
and abuse that DOGE is trying to fix, when we were opening up the
Dark Crystal. I haven't seen that one. Didn't they make like a Netflix series based on that, like a mini series or something?
borders and letting all the illegal immigrants, criminals into the border. But now I'm hearing from the judges when we're trying to reverse the problem. So either way, I just want consistency. If a judge doesn't weigh in when they cross the border, why are they weighing in when we're deporting them?
Exactly.
If a judge isn't weighing in when
This
we're
lady knows what she's
spending
talking
billions
about.
of dollars on U.S.
Good
aid
point.
and people don't know where the money is going,
Good
why are
point.
they weighing in when then we're pulling back the money? That's what I can't understand.
Think about the reality of what's going to happen here during the injunction period. If you've targeted a division of some government agency and they know they're getting whacked, the attrition rate's going to go up to 50% while the injunction's in place. Your job is not safe, It's just being debated on its way to the
We
Supreme
got 69
Court.
viewers
so
again.
you're going to get a lot
Ba-bam.
of people
That's
leaving
funny.
these jobs anyways. And I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. It's just once it's targeted, once it's out there, once it's public that a judge would rule on it, an injunction, and you're there thinking to myself, I got to get a job because I'm getting whacked one way or the other.
I'm getting
I think
whacked.
It doesn't change anything. It just
He
delays
likes to use
a
that
little
word.
bit. And some of these whacking policies were 20 weeks anyways. So this will get accelerated up into the Supreme Court, get decided pretty quickly. DOGE is going to keep going because most people, pragmatic people on both sides of the aisle say, this is a good thing. And it's just, I know it's contentious, but my goodness, this doesn't change.
So The Dark Crystal, there's a movie, and then Netflix did like a series kind of based on the movie that kind of extends the story, I guess. And it was something like that.
Anything.
Is it
I want to
death by
rewatch The
1,000 paper
Matrix.
cuts? I mean, is that their hope?
The
I know
newest
Kevin
Matrix movie
thinks
wasn't great.
DOGE is not going to slow down, but it feels like that's actually what they're trying to do. 1 million lawsuits to keep this from happening before 2026.
Well, I fully believe that President Trump and Elon Musk and everyone involved in this noble effort knew that the lawsuits would come and come quickly.
What Matrix?
That
The
was
newest Matrix.
they're
Matrix.
playing, not just
Resurrection,
chess,
I think it
but
was
they're
called.
playing
It wasn't great.
chess
Yeah, I like
and
the other ones.
polo and golf and
First
800
Matrix was the
other,
best, but yeah, the new one I don't think should have been made, in my opinion.
While the left is playing checkers.
And I think they plan on making another
The similarity
one,
between
another
these
reboot.
judges and these government workers is their belief system or their sense of self. It's like these government workers think their jobs are sacred, and these judges clearly think because they wear robes that they're saintly. And speaking
Because
of,
they wear
this was
robes.
completely expected. Here's just one of the judges. The federal judge who indefinitely blocked the executive order barring transgender people from serving openly in the military.
Right.
The one who argued that the idea that there are only two sexes is not, quote, biologically correct. This individual, this federal judge, has a long history of activism in the Democrat Party, volunteered for Joe Biden, and donated tens of thousands of dollars to Democrat campaigns. And some of this was known, but we're talking about $38,000 to Democrat causes since 2008. That's a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Roto
and
Rudy,
Act
what up,
Blue-
Roto? Welcome back, man. Elon makes $58 million a day on taxpayers every day. Is that true? They ruined everything they've remade. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes part 2 is a waste of money. What other videos do we got here? I'm trying to look. I'm looking at the news here. News. Has there any news been happening since I've started streaming? Let's just look at live news. What is happening on live news? Anything? They might just be like replaying old stories from today. I don't know.
Here, who does fly aircraft here, and they also work in our maritime environment. So we do have them flying aircraft.
Border Patrol and Defense Department speak on immigration in San Diego.
In our area responsibility.
Okay.
Should they see something, they can absolutely let us know what they're seeing here. We can respond to any sort of law enforcement event.
In a real-time environment, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're talking about that.
I have not been told of an end date. That has not been shared with me. So the CBP app is not something in my purview.
Canada's official response.
Well, Canada appears set to hold a key election in the coming weeks, and it could have big implications in President Trump's ongoing.
So, Canadian Prime Minister expected to call for election on Sunday. When was this posted? 14 hours ago. So, on Sunday, they plan on calling for an election. Okay.
trade
Interesting.
war. Newly
Any
minted
Canadians
Prime Minister
watching?
Mark
Anybody
Carney
from
is expected
Canada
to call for
watching?
a snap election
What do you guys think
this
about
weekend,
this?
and Canadians could head to the polls as soon as next month.
You don't have to
just
be. You
weeks
don't
after
have to live in
President
Canada
Trump's
to
next
weigh
round of
in,
tariffs
obviously. But
are
if you
set
live
to
in
go
Canada,
into
this is probably going to
effect.
affect you more than
Joining
anybody.
us now is Canadian Foreign Minister Melanie Joly. Foreign Minister, thank you for coming on. You have called these tariffs an existential threat. What is Canada prepared to do if these new tariffs go into effect on April 2nd?
Well, listen, we've already put $60 billion worth of counter tariffs
$60 billion
on American goods. These tariffs, Pam, are a tax on hardworking Americans. These tariffs are going to cost more.
Also, guys, real quick, I'm going to turn on the chat for everybody. So I'm going to make it public so you don't even have to be a subscriber to leave a comment. I hope you will subscribe, but I'm going to make it open for everybody in 3, 2, 1. There you go. So feel free to post a comment and give me your thoughts on what they're chatting about.
More to Americans at the pump and also when they go do their groceries. So we're launching an ad campaign today in 12 different states. Canadians are sending a message that there's no winners in a trade war. There will be job losses on both sides of the border, and particularly in the U.S. And Canada is the biggest customer of the U.S. We buy more American goods from the U.S. than China.
Maybe.
What the Trump administration...
It's going to be interesting, guys. April 2nd is when the big tariffs start kicking in. I mean, there's a lot of tariffs going on right now, but like April 2nd is when like a lot of other places are getting tariffed and the increases are happening. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Let's just say that.
Administration right now is doing to its biggest customer that is supporting so many American jobs. So that's why we want to make sure that Americans know.
Also, guys,
So
smash that like button. Let's
campaign
get to
that you're
70
launching, and what
likes.
states in particular?
And if you haven't already, hit the subscribe.
So we will be having huge billboards along the key highways in Florida, in Nevada, in Georgia, in New Hampshire, Michigan, Ohio, 12 different states. And we know very much that these states are red states. But we're doing that because we think that we need to send a message.
We are charged tariffs by Canada, aren't we? So it seems only fair to be able to charge our own tariffs. I agree. Like, Trump's all about the fair trade. And we got the reciprocal tariffs as well. So, like, if a country charges us a certain amount, we're going to charge that country a certain amount. And some countries are going to get charged more because they've been ripping us off longer. So we're just trying to make things even Stevens, you know? We're trying to, like, reset everything and make things even Steven. I think that's a good thing.
To the American people, for them to understand what's at stake, because this is really going to hurt, their livelihoods and have an impact on their wallets. And my message to hardworking Americans is, please talk to your senators, talk to your House representatives, to your mayors, to your governors. Send the message that you don't want these tariffs because nobody will win in this approach coming out from.
Will Wallace says Canada charges us 250% tariffs on dairy alone. Dang. I think somebody last night said that kicks in after like a certain amount. I don't know if it's like every dairy product or if it's like a certain amount past, a certain quantity it's charged. So I don't know like the details about it, but yeah, that's a lot. 250%, even 100% is a lot. So I think Trump is just being like, yo, if you're going to charge us, we're going to charge you. And Magpie, what up, Magpie? How are you this fine evening?
From the White House. So
I know a lot of you are like watching around the world and it might not be nighttime where you live, but it's currently 1:26 in the morning my time.
Retaliatory tariffs. It had
what time is it where you guys live?
For, quote, additional time for discussions with the U.S. Is Canada willing to do the same with the retaliatory tariffs that your country has announced for April 2nd? That is a day, as we know, that the president is calling Liberation Day.
Liberation Day, April 2nd.
So what we said is that we would be ready to put $150 billion worth of tariffs against against the tariffs imposed by the White House. Because
we'll see what happens, lady. We'll see what
pause
happens.
On one of the executive order coming out.
I feel like it's going to hurt Canada more than it's going to hurt us, but we'll find out.
Pause the rest of the tariffs, the $90 billion worth of tariffs that are still under consultation here, just to show
That's
goodwill.
127 my time too.
I've had some conversations with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. I've been in contact also with key Republican senators, including Lindsey Graham. My colleagues within cabinet have been in contact also with Howard Lutnick.
Roto in chat says Trump is crashing the economy so him and his rich buddies can buy things for pennies on the dollar. I don't know about that, man. I mean, Trump's already rich. Trump's already a millionaire. Like, Trump's got all the money. He's got all the fame. Like, Trump doesn't need any more money, so I don't know why he would do that. But, I mean, you never know. The U.S. imports about 70% of all Canadian exports from the north, and for the 51st state, make it happen, tariff could push us there. It's possible. Do you guys think Canada is going to be the 51st state?
And Mr.
CL,
Bessent.
thank you.
And so our job is to make sure
man.
that while we put pressure, at the same time, we're really willing to discuss.
It's never enough for the rich.
But at the end of the day, we very know, Pam, that people watching us right now in the States are the only ones that can really influence what's going on in the White House, because ultimately they're the first.
Oswald Cobb, King of Gotham. Diddy throws the soap on the floor in jail. He doesn't drop it. Then he picks it up slow. Wait, what? What? Oswald, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
First,
let's not get crazy.
Of these taxes that are imposed by their federal
I don't want to have to put anybody in a timeout.
Do you think that President Trump is using these tariffs as a sort of economic force to annex Canada? He had said previously that he would be willing to use economic force against Canada to achieve his objective.
Economic force.
Yes, he has mentioned that. And so when President Trump speaks, we take him to his word. And so in that sense, Canadians are fighting back at home, right here in Canada where I am. People are buying local. People are there to support their own Canadians because people are mad.
So people are buying local in Canada, and we're going to be buying local in America if Canada doesn't, want to do the tariff thing. So how is that a bad thing? We're going to be making stuff in America. Companies are going to be coming to America. Our economy is going to be doing better because we're going to create jobs. It's good all around. Just stop ripping us off, and then we don't have to do these things.
Infuriated. Imagine the case of another country saying that they don't recognize the borders of the U.S., that they're threatening the sovereignty of American territory. How would Americans react? They would say, no way, it's unacceptable. Well, that's exactly how Canadians are reacting right now.
Adam in chat says you can't buy local in America if you don't have the materials to make it. True.
I think the president
We got to get the
said
materials,
this
though.
week.
That's the
Take a
thing.
listen.
We got to get them. We can't just keep relying on everybody else. We got to be self-sustaining.
Canada was meant to be the 51st state. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty.
What is your message to the president?
Well, my message first and foremost is to American people. We know that we're best friends. Americans and Canadians are best friends, best neighbors, best allies. We never started this trade war. We never called for it. And by the way, this was never discussed in the election.
Yeah, you didn't start it because you were on the gravy train
back in November in your country.
You were getting it good.
We'll continue to push
Trump's
back against that narrative.
More.
And meanwhile, the rhetoric
boys.
coming out of the White House is so how can I say, absurd regarding the annexation and completely unacceptable. Well, we're looking at other partners. Canada has always been very close also to Europe. and we've been always
Yeah,
very
but it's going to
close
force
to,
us, like, if
Great
Canada
Britain.
doesn't,
So we'll do
if we don't get it
that.
from Canada,
But
it's going to force
meanwhile,
us
who are
to
the first,
figure out ways to get it from
impacted
America.
by all this rhetoric and all these this nastiness? It's ultimately American people themselves. And so that's why it was important, Pam, for me to have the chance to talk to your viewers through our interview to make sure that the message was there and that Americans can send a clear message also to their lawmakers.
And just really quick, have these negotiations with Bessent and Lutnick and the White House, have they gotten anywhere? Is there anything that you can tell us about what may have changed as a result of these negotiations?
We were able to suspend a part of the 25% tariffs that were imposed on us linked to the apparently...
Will Wallace says Canada burned down the White House in the War of 1812.
fentanyl crossing the Canadian border and going into the U.S., which we know at this point is a bogus argument. We've been working hard on protecting our border, on both working really hard also with the American administration. We think that...
Also, guys, real quick, shout out to everybody watching. We just passed 14,000 views. That's crazy. 14,000 views. We got 70 people watching, and we have 47 likes on this video, and we've gained, like, I don't know, 150 subscribers or something. We're on our way to 7,000. That is crazy. You guys are a bunch of mad lads out there. Thank you.
There are too much American lives and Canadians' lives that are affected by fentanyl, the scourge of fentanyl. Some days, per capita, there are more people dying of fentanyl in Canada and in the U.S., so we have to work together.
I also posted
That's
a
why
new
we put
poll
more
in the
boots
chat,
on the
guys, so
ground
vote
at
on
the
that poll.
border,
Have you
more
subscribed, yes
Black
or
Hawk
no?
helicopters, more
If you
also
haven't,
work being done through a strike force between Canada and U.S. to counter fentanyl.
We're
But
like
at
at
the end of the
50-50 right
day,
now.
we saw that all the work we were doing in good faith was not necessarily having an impact on President Trump himself. So that's why we're keeping our countermeasures, our counter tariffs in place. And of course, we want to find a way to ultimately be able to deal with this issue.
All right, Foreign Minister
Bring the
Melanie
factories
Jolie,
back
thank
to
you
the
very
U.S.
much.
Exactly. It's cheaper for us to make, for us to get product outside of the U.S., but that's going to change. So maybe it'll help bring jobs and companies back to America, which I think in the long run is a good thing. So it might be a little rocky to start, but I think in the long run, it's going to help America be more successful and be more self-sufficient, which I don't think is a bad thing. No labor laws in China? Yeah. Trump has got a big surprise coming. Kenneth, what's the surprise? Big surprise coming? Possibly. We got the F-47 fighter planes just announced that we're building, the military's building. I guess that we partnered with Boeing. We're going to make those new state-of-the-art fighter jets. Trying to find a video I haven't seen yet. I'm trying to find a good one. I've seen a lot of these already. We watched a lot of them last night. If you guys want to watch that live stream, it was like 4 hours. Last night, we had 16,000 people pop in. That was a crazy stream. Shout out if you left a super chat in yesterday's stream, guys. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. Definitely helping keep my internet going. I'm trying to find one. Oh, we're on CNN right now.
My name is Kate Tice.
Is CNN doing anything live? Are there any live streams on CNN? Ooh, Pentagon purge. 24,000 articles on chopping block and Pentagon website purge.
From its websites on topics like the Holocaust, September 11th, sexual assault, cancer awareness, and suicide prevention. It is part of a purge ordered by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth of any pages that include any element of diversity. Tens of thousands of images have been flagged for removal across every military branch, and the eventual total could actually be much higher. The vast majority of the purge targets women and minorities. For more on this story, let's bring in CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon. So this massive purge on Pentagon websites, I mean, includes everything, including content on Holocaust remembrance, sexual assault, suicide prevention, the list goes on. This is all an attempt to scrub diversity. What more can you tell us?
Anita says, we can create everything from the model planes to cups. Work will change people's views on life. Work is definitely a good thing. Work can help turn people's life around for sure. If you're working, you're not always worrying about your problems because you're busy. I like to work because I don't like to worry about my problems. Which queen is on Canadian money again? Then why do we trust a man that Elon Musk and the rest of the billionaires on his side make zero sense? Just reading your guys' comments here.
Yeah, Zane, I mean, separate and apart from the many historical figures that have been scrubbed as part of this anti-DEI effort, including Jackie Robinson, including Private
Overworking, true. I don't like overworking.
Marine, a Native American Marine.
Jay Callow, how you doing, Jay?
These scrubs have targeted websites and articles that have absolutely nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and in fact are related to things like Holocaust remembrance, for example.
It will take time, won't happen overnight, but this is how we will be able to stop being so dependent on other countries for things we shouldn't be making in our homeland. We should be making in our homeland. I agree. It's not gonna happen overnight. Obviously, it might be a little rough. Grocery prices might go even higher than they already are. So buckle up, boys. But if this is what we got to do to make America great again, then sign me up. If it means bringing jobs back to America, bringing companies back to America, more stuff being made in the USA, I'm willing to pay a little more money. If I got to live off beans and rice for the next 4 years, I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. I'll do it. Because if we don't do it, who's going to do it? If not us, then who? You know? We got to do something.
Article that was scrubbed.
We're heading toward the iceberg. We got to steer.
We got to
steer away from it.
A couple others.
We're on the Titanic. We can either hit the iceberg or we can go around it.
There were also articles that were scrubbed. We found
we can't just keep doing the same thing we've been doing.
Suicide prevention resources, as well as sexual assault prevention.
Trump derangement syndrome is real. It's true.
And things having to do with 9/11 commemorations and remembrance. So there really seems to have been no real rhyme.
Got to do something before China owns the world. Yeah.
A reason to the massive purge that took place here, other than the fact that it had to be done so quickly because of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's order back in February for the entire department to remove all DEI content that was on public-facing websites, that the department actually...
What is the iceberg? I mean, like total collapse? I mean, we're spending more on our debt. Like we're spending more on the interest for our debt than we are on our military per year. And everyone's like, oh, America's too big to fail. Yeah, that's what Rome thought. And look what happened to that. That's what Egypt thought. If you just look back in history, all these civilizations, all these superpowers thought, oh, we're too big to fail. And then they got complacent. And then boom. They got eaten up by the bigger fish. It's going to happen to America if we're not careful. We just can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's the definition of insanity right there. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And that's what we've been doing. Not anymore. Somebody's got to put their foot down and be like, yo, it's gonna get rough. It might be a little bit messy, but if we don't do this now, we're screwed. We're screwed. You can't just keep putting a Band-Aid over the bullet wound. You got to take the bullet out. You got to stitch yourself up, and you got to let the healing start. Am I right? Am I the only one that thinks this? You can't keep putting Band-Aids. It's not going to stop. It's going to stop it temporarily, but it's not going to heal right.
To go through all of these websites, not using a human hand to this, but actually basically like AI to comb through all these websites and figure out what.
Does anyone remember when Bill Clinton said "Make America Great Again" and nobody got mad about it?
Down. Now the ADL,
funny how that
taken,
works.
Extreme issue with this, and they gave us a statement saying that the DOD should immediately reverse course and restore the pages on historical figures, including survivors and victims of the Holocaust. But this is really an example here of how they.
Also, guys, in the chat, I started a poll. I asked, have you subscribed yet? We got 21 votes. 38% say yes, they have subscribed. And 62% say no, they have not subscribed. To the 62% that have not subscribed, what are you waiting for? Do it! It's free. You can unsubscribe later if you want, but I'm just saying, it's there. It's there. I mean, why not? Why not, right?
They have been trying to really move fast, and they have been breaking things in the process. And we're told that now there is a mandate to all of the components within the military to go back.
You also get access to subscriber-only chat when I turn that on. So if you are a subscriber, you'll be able to chat when that is enabled.
And also,
so there's some perks. There's some perks about being a subscriber.
The historical figures who were removed, including people like Jackie Robinson, are going to be restored. But it's going to take quite a bit of time because over 24,000 articles have been removed as of today, Zane.
All right, Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon. I'm sure you'll be keeping an eye on it for us. Thank you so much.
Returning now to the purge at the Pentagon, all in the name of President Trump's crackdown on diversity in the federal government. Our next guest says, quote, the full-throttled attack on black leadership, dismantling of civil rights protections, imposition of unjust anti-DEI regulations, and unprecedented historical erasure across the Department of Defense is a clear sign of a new Jim Crow being propagated by our commander-in-chief. Joining us now is Richard Brookshire. He is the CEO and co-founder of the Black Veterans Project. That is a nonprofit working to eliminate racial inequities.
I need to start working out, guys. I need to start doing push-ups again.
Richard, those were some strong words. And earlier, we heard Congressman James Clyburn also equate.
Anybody watching do push-ups? Are there any push-up people out there?
To Jim Crow. What do you think the administration's goal is?
I used to do like 400 push-ups a day back when I was like 20.
I think what we're experiencing,
but I didn't do them all at once,
is a backlash to the fact that
that would be
rough. We're at the highest positions of leadership in the Department of Defense.
Yeah, I need to start doing
push-ups. There was strong pushback within the Department of Defense, so it's no surprise that now with the Trump administration,
maybe next live stream, I'll do a thing.
Effort to try to undermine
I'll get like a different camera angle going.
I think it's important,
and I'll be like every super chat that comes in. I'll do 20 push. No, wait, that's a lot though.
But the
20 push-ups per super chat.
That was the only time that the DOD had released
5 push-ups per super chat.
On race
yeah, I'll get shredded.
About 1/3
or I won't get shredded.
We're experiencing racial discrimination and harassment in service. In 2020, Military Times did a survey.
I'll either get really fat or really shredded.
Troops were seeing ideological-driven racism in the ranks, and what we have now being done by this administration is a full-throttle denial that any of that has taken place, that any of that is actually continuing to take place, and we know that.
Magi says he used to do 1,000 push-ups a day. Dang, were you in the military, man? That's a lot of push-ups. Also, guys, we just passed 15,000 views on this video. 15,000 views on this live stream. 15,000 people, different people popped in. That's crazy. That's a whole stadium right there. That's crazy.
That not to be true.
15K all day, boys.
The removal of black leaders at the DOD that you were talking about, and also the pulling down of pages honoring
trade schools. I like trade schools. It's a good idea.
War heroes, frankly. Now, DOD officials contend that this effort is about highlighting war heroes for their patriotism and their dedication to the warfighting mission rather than their diverse backgrounds. And they say that these DEI policies divide the force, erodes unit cohesion, and interferes with the services.
And Magi, did you used to be in the military? Because 1,000 push-ups a day, that's a lot.
Their point of view on this,
that's
or do you think
quite a
they're
bit.
Just completely wrong?
I think they're completely wrong. I think history has shown an over-reliance on black communities, minority communities, when America is losing its wars. And so therefore, and then there's also oftentimes efforts to try to marginalize Black troops in the highest ranks of the military, to marginalize their existence at specialty training schools.
Jim, I agree.
To deny them opportunity.
We don't have enough
and
role
when we talk
models these
about,
days.
Documenting the history and legacy of that, these
I
folks are
agree.
thriving in spite of the racism that has been propagated by our country and within the Department of Defense. And it is important. It is as important to our kind of national fabric, our national identity, to understand the ways in which they had to overcome additional barriers to be able to contribute to the warfighting mission. I think that this misnomer that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a divisive topic. No, what's divisive is the capitulation and maintenance of a white supremacist structure within the body of the military that our nation hasn't wanted to contend with in a
why not have trade schools open to anyone interested in learning the trade? That's a good idea. I like that. I like that. These role models were by design, Hollywood and music industry. Yeah. Yep. A lot of people's role models, they're like Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, all these celebrities, but they don't really have any actual like mentors and role models, or TikTok stars, or Instagram models and crap like that. We gotta turn that in a different direction, because in my opinion, those are not good role models.
A real substantive way, and now we have a fascist leader coming in and completely dismantling all of the gains that have been made over.
Magi says he wasn't in the military. He just built up tally daily until he reached 1,000. Nice. 1,000 push-ups a day. That's quite the accomplishment there, man. That would be sweet. If I could get to 100 push-ups a day, that'd be something.
For decades to try to foster some level of equity within the system.
Well, obviously, you have some very strong opinions there, right? The administration would say that this is just leveling the playing field. When you talk about the white supremacy structure there, tell us specifically what you mean by that.
I mean, like I said earlier, when you have internal data coming from the Department of Defense, and they've never...
The Department of Defense what is $40 million agreement settles Trump's executive order? I don't know. Let's go with this one.
Well, welcome back.
Here we go again. U.S. denies this request from Mexico for the first time.
Well, the United States is rejecting Mexico's request for a special water delivery to Tijuana. The State Department writes this on X. Mexico's continued shortfalls in its water deliveries under the 1944 Water Sharing Treaty are decimating American agriculture, particularly farmers in the Rio Grande Valley. As a result, today, for the first time, the U.S. will deny Mexico's non-treaty request for a special delivery channel for Colorado River water to be delivered to...
Things are getting spicy, boys. Things are getting real spicy. Today, for the first time, the U.S. will deny Mexico's non-treaty request for special delivery channel for Colorado River water to be delivered to... How do you pronounce that? Tijuana?
Joining me now is U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Secretary, good to have you. Thanks very much for being here. Feels like we're in another fight with Mexico.
Well, here we go again.
Hey, at least they got Cardi B. Yeah, I don't know if Cardi B is the best role model.
And I was just there 2 days ago. Today I'm at the White House, obviously, but 2 days ago I was down in the Rio Grande Valley with those very farmers that...
Real quick, guys, if you're just popping in, we are watching different news stories. It's currently almost 2 in the morning. I don't know what I'm doing up, but we're up. We're watching news. We're figuring out what's going on in the world, or at least what the different news outlets are telling us is going on in the world. Can they be trusted? Who knows? Who knows? But if you're watching, guys, drop those comments and definitely subscribe, because I know you got busy lives. You're swiping up, you're swiping down. You might never find me again. So subscribe, check out my channel, and if you hate my stuff later, you can unsubscribe. But yeah, thanks for popping in. But we're going to keep going.
On the program, they are absolutely decimated. It is close.
And things are getting real spicy in the news.
There were only 3 states in the country that were...
Every day it's like watching a freaking reality show.
Closed ours. Now we're down to 2 states. because of Mexico not living up to its part in that water treaty. We released some additional funds thanks to Congress to help those farmers down there. But listen, that's not a short-term fix. The fix is Mexico must live up to their side of the agreement. And hopefully we'll see some changes. I think the president is ready to really engage on this.
Well, you were also in San Juan, Texas yesterday. You did a roundtable on the challenges that farmers and ranchers are facing in the Rio Grande Valley.
Metalman says people in China make an equivalent to about $3 per day. That's not a lot.
What specific challenges do you see, and how is it impacting their ability to do business?
Listen, they don't have water, and these are third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh generation farmers that I and Senator Cruz and Congresswoman De La Cruz met with.
What up, Johnny
and
boy?
For the first time in decades, in generations, in 100 years, they can't plant.
If you guys haven't left a comment yet, drop a comment down below. Also, vote on the poll we got going in the chat. Are you subscribed? Hit yes or no.
Of citrus. He's now down to 4,000, potentially.
Let's get the yeses up. We got to pump up the yeses, boys.
And not
hit
only
that subscribe
can they
button.
not survive,
Vote yes.
right? These farms will close, but Mexico is planting on their side of the border, Chihuahua and other places, pecan trees, other things that take a ton of water, so that they're not delivering to our farmers. They're decimating our farmers while they're building their
Thank you,
agriculture
Johnny boy. I
industry
appreciate it, man.
And breaking the
Thanks for the like
agreement
and the
under
sub.
that 1944 water treaty. But no more. No
Johnny
more.
knows what's up.
Okay, well, we'll be watching that one. I also want to get your take on President Trump's executive order yesterday. Of course, he signed an order dismantling the Department of Education. Secretary, is this going to impact the Department of Agriculture's ability to run the National School Lunch Program?
Double tap the screen to like.
No,
yeah,
it will
boys.
not. And listen, I worked with the president in the first term here at the White House in his West Wing, on his West Wing crew. And then in the interim, the 4 years in the interim, obviously launched the America First Policy Institute. Education has always been a massive part of this president's vision on how we take.
From Dublin to Ireland. You're all the way from Dublin? Nice. So, Johnny, you'd probably know this better than anybody. Is Conor McGregor running for president of Ireland? I saw some headline that said he was running for president. I saw that a while back, and then it recently got like the story popped back up where he announced it again because he was at the White House on St. Patrick's Day. So I don't know if he actually is or if he's not or if it's just a rumor. So, Johnny, if you know anything about Conor McGregor running for president of Ireland, let us know in the chat because I'm not sure.
The country back, but most of that was how we return that to the states, how we let the states.
Are there any Conor McGregor fans in the chat?
Under the 10th Amendment of the
I think
Constitution, where it should be.
He's an interesting
how we let
guy.
them run their own
Good
education
fighter.
program. As it relates to USDA and our school lunch program, that is a USDA program. It will continue. We're going to refine it. We're going to reform it. We're going to better align it to make sure it's achieving its stated goals, which, as we're now realizing, so much of the federal government is not achieving their stated goals, their original mission. But yeah, that will not affect the work in the school lunch programs. And I think what Secretary McMahon is doing.
When I was a kid, I used to eat the school lunch programs. They were like free lunches. You like go to your local park and all the kids would get a free lunch. Because I was homeschooled, so I didn't get get the lunches at school. But like the community was able to have free lunches. If you were like a kid, if you were an adult, you'd have to pay for it, but it was always like super cheap. Jim, thanks for popping in, man. Have a good night. Johnny says, I hope so. He was going to last time round, but they set the system on him. All fake charges, but Ireland is infected with woke. Yeah, I hope Conor McGregor runs.
Implementing the president's vision.
I think that would shake things up quite a bit
for education in this
if
country.
he became the president of Ireland.
I mean, certainly many states look forward to it. They feel that they could do a better job than the bureaucracy of the federal government.
Nobody thought Trump would win the first time.
But you're facing a deadline today. The Agricultural Department
and
facing a deadline today to release $10 billion in economic assistance for farmers. Secretary, you recently held a...
And also, Conor McGregor, he doesn't like to lose. When he's fighting, he does not like to lose. He will train, and he will get the job done the best he can. So if he's running for president, you better believe like he's going to do the best he can because he does not want to look bad, you know? That's the thing with people with big egos. Like Trump has a big ego. Trump doesn't want to fail because it's going to make him look bad. So he's going to do everything he can to make America great again. I feel like Conor McGregor has that same vibe where he's like, he's going to do everything possible to get the job done because he doesn't want a failure on his track record, you know? So egos aren't always a bad thing. They can be, but people with egos also don't like to fail. And when you're running a country, if you don't want your country to fail, even if it's just to make you look bad, I mean, so you don't look bad, that's still a positive, you know?
Roundtable in Georgia, you were talking about how the president's tariffs will
Mr.
impact
Poland,
farmers
how you
and
doing,
ranchers
Mr.
there.
Poland?
We've got
Are
new
you from
Fox News
Poland?
polls show that voters have major doubts about
is
the
it Mr.
tariffs.
Polad?
Nearly 70%
How you doing,
say
Mr.
that they will
Polad?
make products more expensive. A majority thinks the tariffs will hurt the economy and the jobs market. Are you expecting
President title here is not the same as president in the great U.S. He can't call shots. Well, I mean, it's still a position of power, I'm assuming. He can still influence things.
agricultural products to be more expensive as a result of tariffs, Secretary?
This president's vision of tariffs being such an important part of his toolkit as he begins to realign the economy to put America
We're
first,
realigning
to put
the
our,
economy.
Our men and women,
I
our
like
families
that.
first.
The tariffs
Everybody
are
knows, and when they
realigning.
voted in November of 2024,
Going back
they
to
knew
basics,
that's what they were voting
realigning,
for.
boys.
And so as we see the president begin to roll out, as we see him hold accountable Canada with their 250% tariffs on our dairy products, as they see him hold accountable.
So I work at a thrift store, and somebody donated a Trump flag, and I wanted to put it up in the break room, but my boss wouldn't let me. She's like, Adam, we can't put that up here. I'm like, okay. So we didn't. But yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny. We also got a Let's Go Brandon flag as well. I'm like, can we put this one up? She's like, nah, we can't. I'm like, okay. But it's still funny.
Mexico, China, all of these countries where, you know, we have a 5% on our end when our products go out. They've got 15%, 3 times. This is on average on their end when their products come in. It's not fair, and it's got to be
It's not fair.
equalized
We're
as we
about
move
the
toward more
fair
free
trade.
Now, the president
We're
has
trying to
been
make
very
things
clear,
fair.
as has Secretary Lutnick, that there may be an interim period as we're readjusting the entire economy. But listen, real change takes disruption.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of Brandon, let's go Brandon. Shout out to Brandon if you're watching, man. I don't think he's in the chat tonight, but if you happen to be watching, Brandon, thank you again for the super chats last night. That was super, super, super nice of you. And I think it was Shelly also made some super chat donations. So thank you, Shelly and Brandon, for those. Really nice of you and greatly appreciated.
Transformation takes these
So
harder
shout out.
decisions, and no one's willing to do that except now President Trump is. So obviously 100% behind it. I am talking to farmers every single day. They know that the president has their back. They know and are.
The president has your back. Metal Man says Trump could donate millions of dollars per year, and you would say that he's only doing it to look good. Exactly. It's true. It wouldn't matter. True. They'd find something. You could save a kitten from a burning building, and somehow the crazies out there would find a way to spin it. Or from a tree. They'd be like, I just saved this cat from a tree. And they'd be like, well, you broke some branches, and that's going to cause global warming, and blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. No.
Prepared for potentially, you know,
They'll find some way
interim
to spin it.
period as we move toward what the president has said is the greatest age of prosperity, not just for all Americans, but for our
The
farmers and our
golden
ranchers
age of
as well.
America, boys.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because
Are you
I don't
ready
think
for the
anybody
golden age of America?
understood the
Are you
significant
ready for
difference
us to
in
go from
tariffs.
here
I mean, I don't think
to
people
here
realized a
from
200
here
tariff
to
was
here?
there
Get ready,
while
boys.
we were giving
I'm
a
hyped.
much lower one, or that
I'm
we're at
hyped.
5% and somebody else is at 15%. So the president has certainly spotlighted an important
We're making
issue
big
there.
moves, boys.
And as you say, you want.
Everyone's playing checkers, and we're playing 5D chess. 5D chess. Johnny Boy says Trump needs to sort out the justice system over there. Some of those lawyers, judges are toxic. It's true. Yeah, if anybody knows about the lawfare that's been going on, it's Trump. Because, man, they did everything they could to throw him in prison. Man, it's crazy. We got some judges out there that, oh, buddy. But one step at a time. We can't do it all at once. One step at a time. We got 4 years to get this done. And hopefully Vance gets elected or somebody else. I'm assuming it's probably going to be Vance unless somebody else steps up. I think Vance will do a great job. He's doing a great job as a VP. So hopefully it's Vance during the next election. We'll see. But yeah, one step at a time. We can't do it all overnight, but we're getting it done. Slow and steady wins the race, boys.
Want to make an omelet, you got to, crack some eggs.
Crack some eggs.
Speaking
We're cracking
of
eggs, boys.
You held a press conference yesterday. See how I did that?
Trump's playing hopscotch with a unicorn.
Thank you. You talked about the response to the bird flu outbreak yesterday and the price of eggs. You say that the agency is ramping up eggs imports from South Korea and Turkey.
How you
the
doing,
price
Eric?
of eggs dropping more than $3 this month compared to last month. Secretary, tell us about this. Are you expecting that the more eggs on the market will mean prices go lower and lower from here?
We are very hopeful, and in fact, I brought, just in case this came up, I brought a chart for you. You can see the cost of eggs and how it has increased and increased and increased.
So look at that. Look at that.
As the president
egg
began
prices
to
are
roll
going
out
down.
the vision
They're
and
still
our
high,
plan
but they're
about
going
3
down.
weeks ago, you can see almost a 50%, I think 53%
Yeah,
decrease
boy.
in the cost of eggs in
How
just
about
the
them
last
apples?
3.5 weeks.
How about them eggs,
not only
boys?
the importation of eggs from Turkey and South Korea for the short term,
Getting
we're
it
also
done.
talking to other countries. I was on a couple of phone calls yesterday to potentially bring in.
Thumbs up for lower egg prices. One thumb up equals one egg in my stomach. Nah, I haven't had an egg in a while. They're still kind of pricey. I need some scrambled eggs with some cheese on it. Ooh, that sounds good. Johnny Boy says Connor is under the same toxic justice system here in Ireland. They will flow out more toxic women to charge him with. Probably. He's the only person to fall upstairs. Yeah, Joe Biden. It's a talent. If falling upstairs was a Olympic sport, Joe Biden would get the gold medal every single time. Every single
some
time.
Other eggs imported for the short term to help bring those costs down. But the long term, we're repopulating the cold birds a lot more quickly. We are
The chickens are coming back, boys.
biosecurity to lock
We're
the
making
barns
egg
down,
prices
which is
great
proven
again.
to be
We're doing
the
it.
most
We're doing
important
it.
solution
We're
to
doing
keeping
it.
the avian bird flu out. But listen, we're also deregulating. I mean, it's not just the
I think on average egg prices have dropped like $3. I mean, they're still expensive because they were, they're not as cheap as they were, but they're going down a little bit slowly. So yeah, we're working on it. Johnny Boy says the good news is Trump is bringing back common sense, and it always filters from the United States to Ireland. True. What happens in America, that causes waves, that causes a ripple effect, and it goes out, and then other countries starts being like, oh, they did this, that's a good idea, or they didn't do this, or they're looking at this, or they're cutting spending, and they saved all this money. We're going to start cutting spending. We're going to start cutting jobs we don't need. We're going to make the government run better. And it's going to go back. Trust, guys. Trust, okay? Trust. Fran says, can't stand these two blondes. Oh, the ones on the screen?
president's vision of deregulating the entire
So Trump
economy,
bought a whole
getting
bunch of chickens?
government off the backs of our people, the DOGE effort. It's also deregulating in the agriculture industry. Earlier this week, we announced new line speeds for chickens for our poultry producers, which probably for most of your viewers, they don't know what that means. But what it means
We're
for our
making
poultry
chickens
producers
great
is
again,
less
boys.
government. They can be more efficient and more effective in their production for
We're making MAGA
Americans.
chickens.
Long-term research.
We're making
into
MAGA
therapeutics, vaccines,
chickens,
et cetera.
boys.
We had a very bold plan that we released 3 or 4 weeks ago, and the market reacted to that for multiples of reasons. So we're really glad to see the cost of eggs
I like
coming
this
down.
comment. I like this comment from Johnny. He says, Democrats are only crying about eggs because they don't have anything to throw at Republicans. Hey, got him.
For that single mom in Detroit who's trying
Put
to
that
figure
on
out
a
how she's
t-shirt.
going to make ends meet, especially under the last Biden economy.
Yeah.
Eggs are a low.
Speaking of which, you guys think I should make merch? Think I should make coffee cups with keep calm and game on coffee cups, or t-shirts and stuff like that? I don't know if anybody would buy them, but or hats. Get a keep calm and game on hat, or just random stuff I say. Put it on a t-shirt. I'll think about it.
Low-cost, nutritious way to feed your family. I've got 4 teenagers. I understand. So it's a bit of good
I haven't
news
had
as
an
the
egg in
president keeps
forever.
affecting-
Man, now it's making me hungry. It's making me hungry. Definitely made in America. It'd be cool if they were made in America. I'd have to do some research. But it's just an idea. What else we got here? What else we got? White House economist says they're very bullish over economy despite chattering.
Welcome back. President Trump vowing no exemptions to the 25% steel and aluminum tariff, saying that more could be coming on those metals and on autos. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent joined me yesterday on this program, saying that the tariffs could ultimately stack up.
What's going to happen on April 2nd, each country will receive a number that we believe that represents their
hard-boiled eggs are good too.
So for some countries, it could be quite low. For
France,
some countries,
I don't know. I don't even know who's like
there's not an automatic 25 plus 25 that's going to happen.
Are these stacking?
It's happening soon, though, right?
Tariffs when it comes to aluminum and steel. In other words, if you've got 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel, and then you've got reciprocal tariffs coming, is that going to be stacked on top of the 25% aluminum and steel?
I will have a better sense as we get closer to April 2nd.
I don't think I've ever had deviled eggs.
So
I do like hard-boiled eggs, though.
Look, a lot of countries don't produce steel or aluminum. And again, Maria, what I can tell you is going into April 2nd, some of our worst trading partners in terms of the way they treat us have already come to President Trump offering to substantial decreases.
Decreases. Joining me now is White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Kevin,
we're already making waves,
Thanks so
boys.
much for being here.
The tariffs haven't even kicked in fully, and we're already making waves.
I want to get your take on your priorities, Kevin, but earlier in the week you warned that there could be some uncertainty coming as related to the tariffs that are coming on April 2nd. What are you expecting in terms of this April 2nd reciprocal tariff deadline?
Soft-boiled eggs? What the heck is a soft-boiled egg? I'll have to look into that, Eric. I've never even heard of that
for me,
before.
a classic example of mainstream media overreaction to simple statements. What happened was I was on a neighboring show, and I said that in April 2nd, the president's going to announce his tariffs, and between now and then, of course, you'll be uncertain about what's going to happen because he's going to tell you on April 2nd. We're very clear about that. And then there was a headline that all of a sudden White House warns about heightened uncertainty, but it was just a statement that on April 2nd, we're going to reveal everything. And I can tell you that yesterday, Scott Bessent and Secretary Rutnick and I and a few others, we were in.
Johnny Boy says fried eggs with beans on toast and a nice cup of tea. Huh. Never had that before. Actually sounds quite tasty. Boiled eggs with a runny-ish center. Huh. Interesting. Just boil 6 minutes and cool them off. Huh. Well, if I ever buy eggs,
Howard's office.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Working on
I'm gonna have
this,
to try
so
that.
There's going to be a very, very
Maybe I'll make a
clear,
vlog about
detailed, easy to understand plan for reciprocal
I'll try
tariffs
to
that will be
hard-boil some eggs.
revealed to everybody on April 2nd.
And you
The
guys
other
can
thing
watch
I
me
say
fail.
Is that what the Secretary
First, I gotta
of
clean my
Treasury said
kitchen, though.
is really true that countries
It's a
are
mess.
coming to us and saying, hey, you know, we've been acting pretty rough on you guys, but let's concede this, let's concede that.
Also, real quick, guys, we just passed another milestone. 17,000 views on this live stream. 17,000 people. Some of you might have just been returning people that like left and then ate some food and then came back. But 17,000 people have popped into this live stream so far. We have 57 likes. And I guess we could check the subscriber count. Let's pull that. I should have like a live counter on the screen. I'll have to set that up one of these days if I can figure out how to do it. So we have 6,284 subscribers. And when we started this live stream, we had 6,212 subscribers. So what is that, like 70 something new subscribers popping in? Not bad, guys. Very nice.
Ahead of our announcement. And so there's really a lot of positive movement going on in trade right now.
Well, I mean, we should point out that it's really a small portion of the overall number of countries out there, right, that are actually seeing tariffs and are problematic in terms of tariffs, which need a reciprocal tariff, right? What is it, like 15 or 15%? It's a small portion of overall countries, not every country.
Right. Well, there are more than 100 countries that don't really have any tariffs on us and don't have any non-tariff barriers, and there are probably about 10 to 15 countries that account for the entire $1 trillion trade deficit, and they have both non-tariff barriers and big tariffs. And so what we're doing in a very analytical way is we're studying that, but we're also, Maria, studying everything else we could do to make this economy sing again. And you can already see in the data that things are really lifting off. I don't know if you had time to cover yesterday the industrial production numbers. It's a highly cyclical indicator. And industrial production, we got the numbers yesterday, has just increased in February by the most that we've seen. In fact, it's the highest industrial production number in recorded history. And one of the main reasons is that there was an 8.5% monthly increase, not at an annual rate, monthly increase in automobile production. All of that production is coming home because of the trade positioning that we're taking, and also because we've got big tax cuts coming, which are going to reward domestic production and domestic workers. And so we're very, very bullish on the economy, despite some of the chattering you're seeing about the uncertainties.
Right. And you know, you say one thing, there has been this incredible overreaction that whatever you say is going to be ending up in a headline. So it happened yesterday with the Treasury Secretary when I spoke with Scott Bess, and he had to clarify recent comments about, you know, a reporter.
Okay, guys, I started a new question, a new poll in the chat. I asked, will Trump make egg prices great again? Feel free to vote on that in the chat. Okay, yes or no? Will Trump make egg prices great again? I think it'll happen. Is the video frozen? Oh, I paused it.
Asked him, will you guarantee that we will not have a recession? And I said, look,
crap.
I mean, you want to guarantee now. Here's what he told me yesterday.
There we go. I fixed it.
It was a silly question. Can you guarantee there's not going to be a recession? I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee that the journalist who asked me the question that her news program is going to be on in a year. But what I can guarantee you is that there is no reason we need to have a recession. The economy in the first quarter is doing better than the
There's
media
no way
is reporting.
eggs are going to stay at the current price.
We have a pause as we go from this incredible level of
government
spending, which is just unsustainable. You know, I said on the show, what I could guarantee was if we had kept going the way we were, we would have been in a financial crisis. And President Trump has put...
Also, I think Eric asked a question about Taiwan. Real question, though. Taiwan, are we going to defend the best example of democracy in Asia or no? When China invades Taiwan, do we help defend them, send supplies, sanction China, or no? I think we'll probably help defend them. I do know that they make a lot of the like computer chips that we use in pretty much everything in Taiwan. The biggest company that makes those chips is now building a factory here in the U.S., so we're also going to be producing those chips here in the U.S. I think they're making it in Arizona. So even if Taiwan does get taken over and they're not able to make chips or something happens, we can at least make them here in America. But obviously, I think we don't want to let China have Taiwan. I think that would be a bad thing. So I don't know. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I doubt they'll... I mean, maybe. You never know with China. I don't know. Nobody really thought Russia was going to invade Ukraine out of the blue. But, I mean, I guess there were some experts that saw it coming. But, yeah. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully people can just start getting along with each other. That would be nice. Wouldn't that be nice if we could just get along? We can hope. We can wish. We can hope and we can wish.
The brakes on this.
Yeah, especially with $36 trillion in debt. Kevin, give us your assessment of the macro story right now. And what are you looking at? You just said industrial production. What other metrics do you look at, Kevin?
Right. You know, in fact, I'm glad you asked that, because watching all the GDP nows and, you know, they had a negative number because of the big trade deficit.
Exactly.
I went back and I used to work with your friend and my old friend, Alan Greenspan.
All right, guys, do me a favor. All right. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't. If you really want to stay up to date, click on the bell icon so you'll get notifications every time I upload something. You'll get a notification on your phone that says I'm streaming or I uploaded a video. So do those things if you really want to stay up to date. Also, smash that like button if you haven't already. Really helps me out. If you really, really, really want to help support the channel, you can hit the join button, become a channel member. You get access to members-only chat, members-only live streams, behind-the-scenes videos, vlogs, stuff like that. When I play video games, you get to hop in and play along with me if that's your thing. $5 a month if you want to help support the channel. If you can't, it's all good. But yeah, thank you for popping in, guys. I'm going to call it a night because it's already almost 2:30, and I only got 4 hours of sleep last night because I was up until 5 streaming. So I'm going to call it a night. But thank you guys for watching. Thanks for the comments. It's been fun. I will be back on tomorrow night, probably around the same time, so don't miss it. Tell a friend about the channel and come on and hang out. In the meantime, I hope everybody has a good night, whether you agree with my views or not. I think everybody was pretty respectful for the most part in the chat, so I really do appreciate that. Didn't really have to ban anybody or put anybody in a timeout, so that's good. It means we can talk, we can get along, we can have different opinions, different views, we can agree to disagree. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I will catch you probably tomorrow night. Subscribe if you haven't. Very important. Smash the subscribe button, and I will catch you guys in the next video. Until then, my name is Adam, and remember, keep calm and game on. Toodles!